For the transaction of criminal business is now open and accepted. The Honorable Judge Randolph presiding. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Please be seated. Thank you. Is the state ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may be heard briefly.
Yes.
Your Honor, if the state intends to call Mike Mann first, the only thing I'd like to do is admit and mark as an exhibit 4 pages. I can pass up a copy. I don't plan to admit it, but I do need it marked for ID.
I don't plan on calling Attorney Meehan first, Your Honor. I have a lay witness here.
Okay, we can address that after. Thank you, Your Honor.
And I would also indicate if counsel wishes to introduce anything, she could do so in the course of her cross-examination. I would like a copy, and I can hand up counsel copies of what I have for the witnesses as well. I do have a disc for Mr. Hudkins. I can hand that over, and a copy for the counsel. Is there anything that needs to be addressed before the jury needs to come out?
No, Your Honor, I thought it would be smoother to do it that way, but we can do it once I get up for cross. That's fine.
That's fine. If I can, Your Honor.
Bring the jury out, please.
It's only 2 clips.
Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
We continue with the stage case.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Garrison Hudkins to the stand. If I may just approach the clerk.
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Garrison Hudkins, Hudkins.
And so you may be seated.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Mr. Hudkins, where do you reside?
2 Jefferson Crossing
And how long have you lived at 2 Jefferson Crossing?
since 2010.
Who did you buy your house from?
We bought our house from Fotis and Jennifer Dulos.
When did you first meet Fotis Dulos?
We met Fotis when we were looking for a home. We moved from New Canaan to Farmington. And when we were looking for a home, this home was for sale. We made a phone call and we went and visited the home, and Fotis was the builder of the home, and he showed us the home himself.
Did you also meet Jennifer Dulos?
Yes, we met her at that same time when we visited the home.
And who owned your house basically before you purchased it?
I'm sorry,
Who owned the property before you purchased it?
Fotis and Jennifer owned it themselves.
And after you purchased it, where did they move to?
I believe they moved to a home in Avon, and while they were building the house for Jefferson Crossing next door to us.
Now you say next door to you. Where is 4 Jefferson Crossing?
4 Jefferson Crossing is the home. I'm going to use directions immediately to the east of our home.
Now I'm going to actually, may I just have one moment with counsel, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, state would offer 141. I don't believe there's any objection. I would ask that it be moved into evidence.
States 141 admitted as full.
I'm gonna open a file labeled map. I can and ask you, sir, if you can just take a look at the screen behind you.
Okay.
And do you see where Jefferson Crossing is on that map?
I do.
Would you mind standing up, sir, and pointing to it?
Jefferson Crossing, the road is right here.
Are you also familiar with Mountain Spring Road in Farmington?
I am.
Is that depicted on the map as well?
Yes, it is.
Could you please point to it, please?
Mountain Spring Road runs here all the way down to Route 4.
Thank you. And for the record, you're pointing to the bottom left middle of the screen?
I am.
Thank you. Sir, if you wouldn't mind standing up there for a minute, I'm going to open file marked map of Jefferson Crossing. And sir, do you recognize what's depicted on the map?
I do.
What is depicted on the map?
Well, primarily, it is the road Jefferson Crossing in the area of Farmington. To the west, I'm going to use directions northeast, southwest. To the west is Eli Road, Jefferson Crossing, runs east-west into a cul-de-sac. There's 7 homes on Jefferson Crossing. It's a private road.
I'm going
We have a
scroll.
homeowners association.
Well, I'm going to scroll in a little bit. Is your residence depicted on this?
It is.
Could you please point to it? Okay. And Jefferson Crossing?
This is Jefferson Crossing down the cul-de-sac.
And the road to the left, please, going, I guess, north and south?
From here down is Eli Road.
And sir, where's 4 Jefferson Crossing?
4 Jefferson Crossing is right here.
Now, sir, you indicated this was a houses built by Fotis Dulos. Did you also have a housing association?
We did. We had a homeowners association.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind having a seat. Who was involved in the homeowners association?
Well, all the homeowners were members of the association.
Could I at least have a timeline, Your Honor? This is now, but found the foundation, at least in terms of when was involved.
Sure. We'll start with around the time period of 2017.
2017.
Yes, sir.
There were all the residents of Jefferson Crossing were members of the homeowners association,
Including Fotis Dulos?
including Fotis Dulos.
And did you have meetings?
We did.
And where were the meetings held?
Up until 2019, we had those meetings in Fotis's offices at 4 Jefferson Crossing.
Prior to 2017, would Jennifer attend those meetings?
She would.
Right. After 2017, did she attend any of those meetings?
So the meetings were usually held in the beginning of each year. So it'd be in the beginning of 18, beginning of 19, and et cetera. So she did not attend the meeting in the beginning of 18.
Now, in 2017, did you learn that Jennifer had left for Jefferson Crossing and Fotis Dulos?
I did learn that, yes.
Prior to 2017, what would you characterize your relationship with Jennifer Dulos as?
Very friendly. I mean, Jennifer was a great neighbor. Our kids attended the same school. We saw them at school functions. The kids played. We saw them in the neighborhood. We saw them out and about. We had gone to their home for Greek Easter as an example. They came to our home for like an Oscar viewing party. We went out to dinner with them a couple times in West Hartford Center. So, neighborly.
Did you ever meet Michelle Troconis?
I did.
When did you meet Michelle Troconis?
In August of 2017.
Could you please explain that first meeting?
Yes. Fotis called and asked if he could come over for a drink to introduce us to Michelle. Michelle, you see, was moving into 4 Jefferson Crossing. And Michelle also had a daughter that was my daughter's age, and they were going to be attending the same school. So Fotis wanted to introduce Michelle and her daughter to our family as a way to get into the neighborhood, to get to know the neighborhood.
And when was that?
It was in August of 2017.
Now I'm going to draw your attention to Memorial Day weekend of 2019.
Okay.
Did you learn that Jennifer had been missing since May 24th?
I learned mid-morning on the 25th that Jennifer was missing.
How did you learn that information?
Well, in the early morning of the 25th, a neighbor had called me before
Objection,
it.
hearsay.
Well, the state is probably not offering for the truth, but to indicate how this witness came to know about Jennifer Dulos being missing. Overruled.
In the early morning of the 25th, a neighbor had called me on my cell phone, which during the work week would not be unusual, but on a Saturday it would, alerting me to the fact that an unmarked Farmington police officer was on the road. And he had no indication as to why he was on the road. And he asked him, but the Farmington police officer would not tell him. Later that morning, as I mentioned before, we moved from New Canaan to Farmington. Friends from New Canaan had sent my wife a news article.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
If you can, sir, is that how you learned about Jennifer Dulos being missing?
That's correct, from a news article, correct.
Okay. Did you speak to Fotis Dulos that weekend?
I did.
Where were you when you spoke to him?
I was in the front of my house in my driveway.
What were you doing?
I was taking my dog for a walk.
What did Fotis Dulos look like?
He had a shaved head, and I did not recognize him initially. He was riding a one-wheel scooter past my home up towards Eli Road. And that was unusual to see someone doing that, especially towards Eli Road. But more importantly, I didn't recognize who it was. It is a private road, as I mentioned. So I didn't know who it was.
Around what time of day was this?
About 8:45 in the morning.
Did you speak to him?
He did approach me, and that's when I recognized his voice and recognized it was Fotis.
What did he say to you?
Well, at first I said to Fotis, how are you? And his response to me was, Jennifer's missing, right?
And what did you say?
I said to him, yes, I'd heard that. I hope she's okay, but I have not heard about the children. I hope they're okay.
What was his response?
His response was, he asked me how long we retained our security video and to make sure it didn't get deleted because he needed to prove that he was there on Friday.
Did he say anything else to you?
He did.
What did he say?
He talked about going to New Canaan on Saturday and how the police seized his phone. He talked about his attorney telling him that they need to develop a chronological timeline of where they were on Friday so that they can produce it if needed.
Did he use the word they?
He did use the word they.
That they needed to develop a timeline?
He did.
Did there come a time when Fotis Dulos spoke to you again
He did.
with respect to your camera and video surveillance?
He called me on May 30th, on that Thursday, asking to come over at that point in time to review our video.
And did you allow him to do that?
I was at the office. I was working, and I told him that wasn't a great time to do that.
Did you ever speak to him again?
Not until the summer.
Now, I do want to ask you about your video camera and your video system. Did you have cameras in place on May 24th?
I had 2 cameras in place on May 24th.
What type of cameras were they?
They were Ring cameras.
And where were they located?
One was located on the corner of our garage facing the parking area near our 4 garage doors. And one was a doorbell cam by our mudroom facing out the eastern part of our driveway towards Jefferson Crossing.
Did you subsequently get a third camera?
I did.
When did you do that?
I got that camera on May 26th.
Where did you place that camera?
I placed that camera in the northwest corner of the house facing out towards the road.
If you can, sir, I'm going to scroll into the map behind you. Would you mind standing up and just pointing to where you installed that camera
The
on
one-
May 26th?
That camera would have been installed on this corner of the house,
Okay, and what area did it capture?
this area towards Jefferson Crossing.
And you installed that after your conversation with Fotis Dulos?
I did.
And after you had learned that Jennifer had been missing?
I did.
Sir, what, was that camera motion activated or a continuous stream?
It was motion activated.
Could it pick up the motion that was on the road, cars passing and the like?
Yes, it could.
And was the time accurate?
Yes, it was.
Now, how long did you say you lived at Jefferson Crossing? You can have a seat, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Since 2010.
And for how long did Fotis Dulos reside at Fort Jefferson Crossing right next to you?
I believe they moved in the 2012, 2013 timeframe.
So between 2012 and 2019, particularly the time period of 2019, are you familiar with the vehicles that were associated with Fotis Dulos?
I am.
What were those cars?
There was a black Suburban, there was a Ford Raptor, there was a white Jeep Grand Cherokee, there was a Porsche Cayenne, but that hadn't been seen for a while. I believe that was crashed. And then from time to time, there was a red Toyota Tacoma that was parked at Fort Jefferson Crossing for periods of time.
Who owned, to your knowledge, the red Toyota?
Objection, hearsay, no foundation.
Well, the question is, who owned, to your knowledge, the Toyota Tacoma? Well, the court's going to sustain the objection.
Mr. Huggins, do you know somebody by the name of Pavel Guilmini?
I do.
How do you know him?
Pavel worked for Fotis for a long time. He did a lot of maintenance for us, for the association up and down the road. And part of that maintenance was he did all the snow plowing for the road and for our homes, for a lot of our homes up and down Jefferson Crossing.
Do you know what vehicle he uses to plow the roads?
Yes,
What vehicle is that?
it was a red Toyota Tacoma.
Did you see that vehicle parked at Fort Jefferson Crossing from time to time?
I did.
Okay, particularly in 2019, did you see that vehicle parked?
I did.
Where was it usually parked? Okay.
It was usually parked in this area.
How could you see it from, you're putting to, I'm sorry, the lower right-hand corner?
Kind of the southern part of the driveway.
And were you able to view it from the road?
We could view it from our driveway.
Now, sir, I'm gonna, at some point, did the New Canaan Police or State Police come to your residence and speak to you?
They did. They came to our residence on May 27th.
And what did they ask of you?
So 3 officers came, 2 from the state police, 1 from New Canaan.
Objection, non-responsive.
Well,
What did they do?
well, the court is going to allow Attorney Manning to ask the question again.
What did they ask you to do, sir?
Well, first they asked for our video. They also asked what we saw, the cars that we knew were used from time to time at Fort Jefferson Crossing. They asked about the relationship as we knew it between Fotis and Jennifer.
And did you allow them access to your video camera that day?
Well, I did not. We were frankly on our way to a Bruins game, and we spent about an hour with them and then hustled off the Bruins game. And when we returned home, we then emailed them the videos.
Okay. When you say you emailed them the videos, what do you mean by that? If you could just explain.
So with the Ring camera, you can download each snippet, and I downloaded what was not us tripping the cameras and emailed it to Officer Deke in New Canaan.
Now, what day was that, by the way?
I'm sorry.
That
what
you
day?
downloaded the cameras and emailed them to
I
the
think we started
police?
downloading them on when we got back from the Bruins game, and then emailed them on that Tuesday.
Did that include was that before or after the new camera was installed?
Well, we emailed them after the new camera was installed.
Did there come a time when you reviewed footage from May 29th of 2019?
There did.
When did you do that?
Around July 27th, I looked at it.
Why did you review May 29th in July?
Well, when I spoke to Fotis on the 26th, he requested that I not have anything deleted. I did not know what the retention policy was for the Ring service plans. So then I learned at that point in time it was 60 days.
Objection, hearsay.
Well,
what he learned.
Well, the phrase, "what I learned," need not be considered hearsay. The court does not know what the balance of the statement is.
If I may, Your Honor, it's the fact that the ring camera, his retention period, he learned was 60 days. State's not offering that for the truth of the matter, that it was 60 days, just what he did with that and why, what steps he took after he learned that information. So it's
In
not
that case, I
offered for a
withdraw the
hearsay.
objection.
I would also,
Objection is withdrawn.
thank you. Sir, if you can continue.
So that was at the 60-day time period. And when I was originally requested by the officers who came to our home on the 27th, they were only looking for video from the 24th. So when I was looking at all the cameras, I was looking to see what they had and preserve that video so it wasn't erased.
And did you find, or did you preserve any video or send it to the police in that July date?
I did.
What did you send?
I sent them, I believe, 2 videos of vehicle movements on Jefferson Crossing on May 29th.
Why did you choose those videos?
For a few reasons. Number one, I wasn't asked for video after the May 24th timeframe. But in seeing the movement of those 2 vehicles in tandem, coupled with my odd interaction with Fotis on the 26th, coupled with what was well-known, publicly available.
Objection. Here we get now getting into hearsay.
Well, if it appeared in the media, it's well-known, overruled.
What was well-known at the time of movement in the north end of Hartford, that movement just struck me as odd.
Did you send those clips to the police?
I did.
Sir, I'm going to show you what has been marked as file 529804. I'm going to stop it first, sir. What are we looking at?
So this camera's, we'll call it facing north from the northwest corner of my home, out over my driveway and my front yard and onto Jefferson Crossing.
And what time is this recorded?
8:04 in the morning.
Okay, sir, I'm actually going to ask you a few questions about this video if I can. Now, as we play it, this street in the middle, do you see the cursor?
I do.
Is that Jefferson Crossing?
That is Jefferson Crossing.
Okay, where is 4 Jefferson Crossing?
So to the right of the screen, you'll see a tree line, and Fort Jefferson Crossing is to the right.
And where's the driveway to 4 Jefferson Crossing?
It's probably about 50 yards to the east of my driveway.
If you can, sir, would you mind pointing to it on the screen?
Sure. So Jefferson Crossing would be behind these trees right here.
Okay. And if I were to bring the file back at around 14 seconds, do you see a vehicle in that area?
I do.
Okay, actually. Is that vehicle turning into the driveway for Jefferson Crossing?
Yes, that vehicle is turning the driveway for Jefferson Crossing.
Okay, is this the video clip you sent to the police?
That's one of them.
You can have a seat, sir. I'm gonna play, oh, I apologize, 5:29:856. If you could take a look. And I'm gonna stop it there briefly, sir. Is this the video that you sent to the police as well?
That is one of them, yes.
And why did you send this clip?
Well, as I said before, what we knew
I'm gonna hit play.
in July, what we knew based on the media reports, it was different.
Objection. The fact that there were these reports is one thing, but I was getting to what he learned in the media.
Well, the question was essentially, what's the reason you sent these videos to the police? And this witness is explaining his reason.
Yeah, but the fact that it, based on something in the media, answers the question, I would submit that anything else would be just clear hearsay.
Well, the witness is explaining what he did and his reasons for it. Overruled.
If you can, sir, explain why you sent this video to the police.
So again, based upon that interaction I had with Fotis on the 26th, based upon the fact of what we had learned from the media at that point in time and the visits to North End, I had 2 cars leaving in tandem, which was not consistent with normal vehicle movement patterns.
And you've lived at that residence for how many years at that point?
9 years.
Now, you indicated you were familiar with the vehicles and the vehicle patterns.
Yes.
Do you recognize this vehicle, the red truck?
Yeah, that's Pavel's truck.
And what about the vehicle behind it?
Well, that vehicle is that's a GMC Yukon XL. That was a rental.
Okay. Was that the vehicle that we saw in the previous clip?
It was.
Okay, that's the 804 one. And I apologize, I wasn't sure if I said the time of the second video. Just pause it there. 5:29 at what time?
8:56 and 43 seconds.
I may just have one moment, Your Honor. Oh, that's right. Sir, with respect to, I'm not sure if I got your answer. With respect to the 804 clip and the 856 clip, that black vehicle, is it the same vehicle?
It is.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
I'm just going to start with what we were just looking at a minute ago. You testified that you were very familiar with the comings and goings of all the vehicles at the Dulos home or at his office. Is that correct?
I don't think that's what I said.
You said it was unusual for 2 cars to be driving down Fort Jefferson Crossing at the same time, correct?
I did say that.
And you said that the vehicle that you saw was a GMC vehicle?
A GMC Yukon XL.
And you knew it was an XL?
Yes,
And are you in the car business?
I am.
And which company, what company do you sell cars with?
We have an auto auction.
Oh, okay. And you had listed the cars that were associated with the Ford Group and the Dulos home, correct? You mentioned 3 or 4 vehicles?
I did
right?
mention some vehicles. That's correct.
Right. Do you ever meet any of the other employees at the Ford Group?
Yes,
So you knew, for example, did you know an Andy Loomis who worked there?
I did not know Andy, no.
Did you know a Guillaume Villaday?
I did know Guillaume.
Did he drive one of these cars?
At that point in time, Guillaume wasn't around.
He wasn't there in 2019?
I don't recall him being an employee in 2019, no.
All right. So you kept track of who was working at what time at the Ford
I
Group?
just don't recall seeing Guillaume around in 2019.
Didn't realtors also come back and forth from the Ford Group offices?
Of course they did.
Did you take down any of those videos or record any of those?
No,
Did you send any others besides the 2 we just saw to the police?
I did.
From May 29th?
I don't recall how many I sent from May 29th, but I did send a few.
So we're only seeing the 2 that someone else picked out among the ones you sent, correct?
Correct.
Let me just ask you, and incidentally, a GMC Yukon XL was not a car that was generally, as you said, associated with being at the residence of 4 Jefferson Crossing, correct?
Not prior to May of 2019, no.
And did you look at a whole bunch to see how many days that Yukon stopped at that house?
No, I did.
And I assume, as being involved in the auto business, you don't work out of your home.
I do not.
So let me just then, you talked about meeting Mr. Dulos and meeting Jennifer, correct?
I did.
And knowing their children, right?
That's correct.
And at some point, you said in August of 2017, you were introduced, I think you said, to my client, Michelle Troconis,
That's correct.
and her daughter was the same as one of your children?
That's correct.
Did your children go to Renbrook School?
Yes, they did.
And then she went to, her child went to Renbrook too, right?
I believe for 1 year, yes.
And I just want to be extra careful about the conversation that you had with Mr. Dulos on the, I think you said it was the Sunday after you had heard that Jennifer was missing. Is that what you said? It was like a couple of days later?
I did say that, yes.
And you called saying that it was on the Sunday, the 26th?
It was on Sunday, May 26th.
Okay. And according to what I just wrote down, he came up to you and you said you first didn't recognize him. Is that what you said?
That's what I said.
So when's the last time you'd seen him before that you said you didn't recognize him?
Oh, that was 5 years ago. I don't know the answer to that.
All right. You didn't see him like on a daily basis, right?
No, no, no.
He wasn't someone who hung out in his yard and you're out by the mailbox chatting with him.
Not when you have 2.5 acre properties with woods between them, no.
But you did know, I assume, that he was involved in competitive water skiing. I assume you knew that, right?
Oh, yeah, sure.
So you also knew that in the past, he had cut his hair really, really short because as a competitive water skier. Didn't he tell you about that?
Objection. Calls for hearsay,
Well,
speculation.
well, the question is, well, there was a narrative and then there was a question. He was a competitive water skier. He cut his hair short, which is not a question. Didn't he talk to you about being a competitive water skier? So the question is, did he talk to you about being a competitive water skier?
Okay. Can you answer that question?
I can answer that question.
All right.
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes. Did he ever invite you to watch him do any of his tricks or jumps or anything down at the water skiing lake down the street?
Objection. Relevance outside the scope.
Your Honor, we went through 7 years of the relationship. I'm at least entitled to ask a couple of questions about the nature of that relationship.
Well, did he ever invite you? Is a preliminary question. Did you ever go would be more focused.
All right. It's a preliminary question. Did he ever invite you to go watch him?
No, he did not.
And I take it you never went and watched him?
No, I did not.
Perform or compete?
No, I did not.
But you also know that in prior years, he'd cut his hair for water skiing.
Objection, Your
correct?
Honor.
Well, the question really is, did he have the same kind of haircut in prior years? That's the question. And if that's the question, overruled. If that's not the question, sustained.
Well, that'll be the question then. In prior years, do you recall that he had cut his hair short?
As I said before, he had cut his hair short, but I've never seen it that short. I did not recognize him when I saw him that day on the 26th.
Okay. So if I showed you pictures from previous years, that would not refresh your recollection as to whether he had ever cut it that short before.
Objection, Your Honor.
Correct.
He
Well, the
didn't
witness did
indicate.
not indicate he needed his recollection refreshed or he didn't remember. He said he'd never seen it that short, sustained.
In any event, he came up to you that day and he told you that let me get this straight, that his attorney said that they need to develop a chronological timetable, correct?
He used different words, but I'm paraphrasing what he said, yes.
All right, but you were asked specifically about whether or not, I think the specific question is, do you recall that he said the word "they" in his request regarding your cameras, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, I believe the state asked you specifically, did Mr. Dulos use the word "they" in his statement that his attorney said they need to develop a chronological timeline?
Yes,
You remember that word being said specifically,
I
correct?
do. I do.
So in your response, the "they" referred to his attorney and him, correct?
Objection.
Well, the witnesses testified that the word "they" was used. And the question now is essentially, what did the witness think they meant? Sustained.
You gave a written statement, did you not, back in 2019?
I did.
Did you review your statement?
I did.
And your statement was actually taken under oath, correct?
That's correct.
And it was given on June 14th, 2019, right?
That's correct.
And didn't you, in your sworn statement, write down or state that Mr. Dulos said, it needed to show that he never left his house and that he was here Friday? You remember saying that in your statement?
Can I read a copy of my statement?
Of course. Let me mark it. When was the last time you saw your statement, by the way, sir?
Oh, I looked at it maybe a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, just have this marked. And staple, please. Showing to council. Marked as exhibit EE for ID. All right. May I approach?
Yes.
Now, sir, you're entitled to read the entire statement if you wish, but I'm going to call your attention to the paragraph on the subject that we're talking about right now. So if you need to read more, please feel free, but I'm going to call your attention on page 2, just to this paragraph there, and see if that refreshes your recollection about what you told the police in your sworn statement. Did that refresh your recollection?
It reflects my recollection of what's in the statement, yes.
Right. And you never used the word "they" in your statement with regard to that statement by Mr. Dulos, did you?
I did not in the statement, no.
I would object, Your Honor. At this point, counsel is mischaracterizing the statement and the word "it" and "they." From my reading, the word "it" refers to his video camera system. The witness testified that the word "they" was in reference to a timeline they needed to develop.
Well,
Well, the statement speaks for itself, Your
well,
Honor.
then the court has to read the statement.
May I approach?
Yes.
It was this paragraph here, Your Honor. And I believe it's the state that's misrepresenting what it says.
Is the defense referring to the first full paragraph on page 2 of 3 of the statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, counsel, would you point out the language that brought your concern?
The statement right after the question mark there.
Well, of course, the statement is not in evidence, but the court does not see how this statement is in any way inconsistent with what the witness testified to.
If Your Honor pleases, I will note the word "they" does not appear anywhere in that paragraph. The word "he" and "it" appears.
Well, the issue, as the court understands it, is what did Fotis Dulos say concerning the video?
Exactly, Your Honor.
That they needed it. That's how the court understood the testimony.
Right.
Now, the court cannot, at this point, understand whether they refers to the defendant and someone else, Fotis Dulos and someone else, or the police. They needed it. So at this point, the court is going to sustain the objection.
I just want to be clear, anywhere in your statement regarding your conversation with Mr. Dulos, did you ever use the word "they" in describing the conversation in your written statement?
I'm sorry, I don't understand that question. Can
Did
you
the
repeat that
word
one, please?
"they" appear anywhere in your written version of your conversation with Mr. Dulos?
Not to my recollection.
Well, would looking at it again refresh your
Well, the
recollection?
court
as
is
to
not
the-
going to allow that because you're asking the witness to find the word "they" in the statement. The word "they" is not in the statement. The court does not even follow what "they" refers to. So to essentially cast that failure to use the word "they" as an inconsistent statement is not persuasive.
During the time that you met with, you said you knew Mr. Dulos over the course of many years, correct?
I did say that.
And you testified that, you had like a neighborly relationship with him, correct?
I would describe it as neighborly.
So you got to see him in scenarios other than in this formality of requesting to see or that you keep your videos, correct?
That's correct.
But you wouldn't consider Mr. Dulos a friend, would you?
I would not.
In fact, when you talked to the police, you told them that he was condescending towards women, correct?
He could be condescending towards women, yes.
Is there a reason that you suggested that to the police at that time?
There was a reason.
Could you tell us what that is?
He was very condescending to my wife.
And not just your wife?
I can tell you the reason why I said that, and the reason was he was condescending towards my
Okay.
wife.
And you found that a little offensive, I take it?
I did.
Let me just have a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, you may step down.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, may I have a moment with Attorney,
Yes.
I'm not sure who is doing this. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, the next witness is Mike Meehan, Your Honor. I leave up to the court if Your Honor wishes, we can take a short recess, or if I can call him in and we can start.
Well, there are matters that council wish the court to take up, and, well, would council approach, please?
One last thing, Your Honor, if I may. State's ready to proceed, Your Honor, if I may call Mike Meehan to the stand, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
Water.
You could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Certainly. Michael Meehan, Meehan.
Mr. Meehan, you may be seated.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Attorney Meehan, you are an attorney practicing in Connecticut.
I am.
Are you allowed to practice law anywhere else?
No.
Do you have your own law firm?
Yes.
What is it called?
It's called Meehan Law now.
Do you work with other attorneys in your law firm?
I do. I have 4 other lawyers in my office.
How long have you been an attorney?
1996.
And do you specialize in a particular field?
Currently, most of my practice focuses on family law. I still do practice criminal defense work. I used to do a lot of that. I don't do it as much anymore. And we keep a very small amount of civil litigation in the practice as well.
As part of your work in family law, do you frequently get appointed as a guardian ad litem?
I have.
What is a guardian ad litem?
A guardian ad litem is a representative of children here in Connecticut. It could be either a lawyer or a psychologist. You have to be either licensed by the state for either position. And you have to now be certified to act as a guardian ad litem.
And what are some duties and is guardian ad litem also called a GAL?
Correct.
Okay, what are some duties and responsibilities of a GAL?
The primary duty and responsibility of a guardian ad litem is to represent the best interest of children. So in essence, one might say you become sort of the eyes and ears of the court. Typically, guardians are appointed in family matters where there are either limited issues or a general amount of disputes regarding issues of custody. And custody disputes include decision-making issues for the children between both parents and or where the children live and or how frequently they get to see the other parent. And so typically when parties in a family matter are in disagreement on those issues, many times either the court will on its own motion or the parties will either move the court or the parties will agree for the appointment of a guardian ad litem.
And were you appointed as a guardian ad litem in the Dulos versus Dulos case?
I was.
When were you appointed?
My recollection is that I was appointed sometime in the end of August of 2017, on or around the 24th of 2017.
And had the divorce already started?
It had.
How many children were you GAL for?
5 children.
What were their names?
Petros, Theodore, Constantine, Christian, and the youngest one went by Noel, but I think she was Cleopatra Noel.
And in 2017, did you meet with Jennifer Farber Dulos?
I did.
When did you first meet her?
I met Jennifer probably shortly after my appointment, sometime in August of 2017.
Where was she living at that time?
She was living in New Canaan.
Did you ever meet her at 69 Wells Lane in New Canaan?
I did.
And did you meet Fotis Dulos as well?
I did.
When did you meet him?
I met Mr. Dulos again around the same time, shortly thereafter, sometime in August of 17.
And Michelle Troconis, have you ever met her?
I have.
When did you meet Michelle Troconis?
I met Ms. Troconis sometime after I met Mr. Dulos in August of 17. It would have been sometime, within that month of September or so.
In 2017, did Fotis Dulos ever express to you a desired outcome between himself, Michelle Troconis, Jennifer, and for Jefferson Crossing.
Yes.
What was his desired outcome?
Well, when I met with Mr. Dulos, he had expressed his preferences and what he wanted to see happen at the conclusion of the case, which is ultimately, it was his goal to have everyone live in the house together, that being Ms. Dulos, along with the children, along with Ms. Troconis and her daughter as well.
He indicated he wished Jennifer, Michelle, and all the children reside at Fort Jefferson Crossing.
Correct.
When was that?
That was, I think, early on in one of my first interviews with him, sometime in 17.
Now, where was he living between 2017 and 2019?
He was living at Fort Jefferson.
As a GAL, are you or do you attend every court hearing?
Yes, unless I'm excused by the court for some reason. Sometimes there's financial disputes that don't require the guardian's attendance. I wouldn't attend to that.
In November of 2017, was a parenting plan in place?
Yes, I was able to help the parties reach an agreement on a parenting plan somewhere around the month of November of 2017.
And what exactly is a parenting plan, if you could just explain?
A parenting plan is a document that gets filed in family cases, which really defines the issues of custody. Who gets to make what decisions for the children, how those decisions are made, where do the children live, how frequently do they see each parent, what happens during holidays, what happens during vacations. In essence, all of those things get boiled into a parenting plan. And at that time, the parties had, by agreement, reached a temporary agreement regarding parenting.
In November 2017, based on that plan, was Michelle Troconis and her daughter allowed to have contact with the children?
Yes.
How long did that last?
Well, it lasted, at least from the time of that plan, ultimately to some point in time in January of 2018,
So about 2 months.
thereabouts.
And what happened in January 2018? Well, if I can just withdraw that, I'll strike that, Your Honor. It's an open question. In January of 2018, what happened with respect to custody or parenting plans with relation to Fotis Dulos?
Mr. Dulos had his parenting time suspended by the court.
And what does that mean?
It means simply he was not permitted to have any contact with the children.
And that also includes Michelle Troconis?
Those orders at that time extended to Mr. Troconis as well.
For how long was Fotis Dulos not able to have any contact at all with his children?
There was a period of time for which he had no contact. Contact was gradually reintroduced sometime in the month of February of 2018. And he was able to have then limited supervised contact with the children.
What is supervised visitation?
Supervised visitation is a form of visitation that the court will typically utilize to make sure that the safety of the children are being protected, and it would require the presence of a third party, either during the entire visit or at certain times of the visit. And the third party could be anyone from a family member to a paid professional.
For how long did that supervised visitation plan stay in effect?
Well, it was an order, not a plan. So the supervised visitation order remained in effect from January of 2018 through really the time period for which the case was dismissed.
And thank you for clarifying that for me. Order versus plan. Can you just explain the difference?
Sure. So when I used the term order, that was as a result of something that the court had issued, a ruling, a decision, an order. The plan, as we were talking about before, ultimately became an order, but it was because of agreement of the parties.
So the supervised visitation was as a result of a court order.
The supervised visitation was a result of a court order.
So during March of 2018 and May of 2019, were there court hearings that were the subject of the supervised visitation were held of?
Yes.
And were any of those hearings successful for Fotis Dulos?
Mr. Dulos had sought supervised visitation, and that, he sought that over quite some time. And ultimately, the court granted his request for supervised visitation, when previously there was an order of no access. And I believe the court issued its ruling on that in March of 2019.
And did that, well, when there was supervised visitation that was scheduled for Fotis Dulos and the children between March 2018 and May 24th, 2019, was Michelle Troconis allowed to have contact with those children?
No.
So if the children were present at 4 Jefferson Crossing between March of 2018 and May 24th of 2019, what would Michelle Troconis and her daughter have to do?
Not be present.
And was that for every visit throughout the course of that year?
It was, to the best of my recollection, after the court had entered orders in March of 19, those orders permitted the children to go back to 4 Jefferson Crossing, where they had not been permitted to go to for that prior period of time, from January of 18 up to that point in time. And so
Okay.
from March of 19 on, the children were permitted to go to 4 Jefferson pursuant to the orders, but Ms. Troconis could not be present.
So between March of 2018 and March of 2019, the children weren't even allowed to go to 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Correct.
And Michelle Troconis was not allowed to have contact with the children during that time period?
Correct.
In March of 2019, were the children allowed to go to 4 Jefferson Crossing?
There was no restrictions about their being able to go there, but there were restrictions as it pertained to supervision and Ms. Troconis' ability to go, to be present during the parenting time.
Did those restrictions include a supervisor continuing to be present during the visitation?
Correct.
And did those restrictions also include Michelle Troconis and her daughter having to have to leave if they were there?
Correct.
And did that stay in effect until May 24th, 2019?
Yes.
In March of 2019, did you have a telephone conversation with Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis?
I did.
What was the subject of that conversation?
The subject of that conversation was the decision that had just been issued by Judge Heller regarding Mr. Dulos's motion for supervised visitation.
And what was that motion for, or what was the decision?
The decision was that Mr. Dulos would be permitted to have supervised visitation with the children, but also there were limitations on that visitation, including Ms. Troconis and her daughter not being able to be present.
And this conversation occurred over the phone?
That's correct.
How did Fotis Dulos sound?
On that day, Mr. Dulos was down. He was concerned, and he was upset.
And what did he say to you?
If I may, I know I have a file note on this, and perhaps if I could have an opportunity just to refresh my recollection, I want to be consistent with my note.
Well, let me ask you this, sir. Are you required to take notes as a GAL?
I am.
Is that part of your responsibilities and duties as a GAL appointed by the court?
It is.
And do you take those notes as part and parcel of your duties as
I
a
do.
GAL?
I do.
Are they done in a timely manner?
Yes.
I may just mark something here.
Yes.
Your Honor, state's going to offer 142 if I can, absent objection. Sir, if you can just ask you a couple questions about that briefly.
Is there an objection to state
No, Your Honor.
142? 142 admitted as fault.
Thank You do recognize that, sir?
I do.
What is it?
This is a copy of a note that I made to the file dated March 21, 2019.
Is that the note that you took regarding the telephone conversation between Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis?
Yes, it is.
And if I may, thank you. Sir, if I can just have one moment, Your Honor. Sir, let me ask you some questions while the machine is warming up, if you will. Did you call Fotis Dulos that day? Or,
He called me.
and what did he say?
Generally speaking, he called to talk about the court's decision that had just granted his motion for supervised visitation, but it placed the restrictions on his parenting time so that Ms. Troconis and her daughter couldn't be present. And generally speaking, he was upset about that.
And did he say anything specifically about expressing his feelings about the continued litigation? And if I can, I'll refer while the computer's not working out. And do you have
Thank you so much.
what you do? If that helps to refresh your recollection.
Yes.
And what did he say?
He indicated that he was concerned that the continued litigation would have an adverse impact on his relationship with Ms. Troconis.
And what did you say in response?
I indicated to him, really just in summary, that, the court had issued a decision which created a pathway forward for Ms. Troconis and her daughter to be able to work with me, with both parties, in an effort to try to provide access to them in a future date, but that I wasn't his lawyer and I couldn't advocate for him and, deal with issues within the context of the litigation.
And did you subsequently speak to Michelle Troconis as well?
I did.
And what did she sound like on the phone?
She was down as well. She was frustrated. She had expressed disappointment and really just a lack of understanding as to why the court had not allowed access between her and the children.
And did you make any suggestions?
I did. If I may just take a look at the note.
If you can.
Thank you.
Actually, sir, it is an exhibit and the Elmo is not working, Your Honor. I'm going to ask if the witness can just publish the note by reading it.
Well, it's a full exhibit. The witness can read it.
If you can, Attorney Meehan, if you wouldn't mind just reading the whole note.
Not a problem. Thank you. So this is dated March 21, 2019. It's titled Phone Call with Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis. States, today I received a phone call from Fotis Dulos who wanted to discuss the court's memorandum of decision regarding supervised visitation. Mr. Dulos was upset because the court didn't grant immediate access between Michelle Troconis and Nicole and the minor children. Mr. Dulos was concerned and didn't know if he could continue on with the litigation because it was having an adverse effect on his relationship with Michelle. Mr. Dulos repeatedly asked if I could intervene and do something on behalf of the children regarding this issue. I reminded Mr. Dulos, as I have throughout the case, that I do not represent him and am not permitted to act as an advocate for either party. Fotis asked if I could speak to Michelle Troconis. I agreed and he placed her on the phone. Michelle wanted to know what she had done to cause the court to order that she not be permitted in contact with the children. I informed her that the court's recent decision created a pathway for the parties to start discussing a plan to reintroduce her and Nicole to the children to work with me as GAL. I asked her even if she had ever met or spoke with Jennifer Dulos. She indicated that she hadn't, but would be open to speaking with her or meeting her for coffee to discuss being reintroduced to the children. Michelle indicated that she didn't move here for all this and that she felt badly for the children and Nicole. She believes that they have all been the victim of this litigation. She is also divorced and she doesn't act this way with Nicole's father. Her tone was calm but very down. The conversation lasted about 5 minutes with her. The conversation ended after that.
Thank you, sir. Now, that was in March of 2019?
That was March 21st, 2019.
And at some point, did Fotis Dulos indicate that he thought the custody case was going to change in his favor?
Yes.
When was that?
That would have been probably at the end of April 2019.
It is now 11:17. We're going to stand in our morning recess until 11:35. Please do not discuss the case.
This Honorable Superior Court is now open and in session. The Honorable Judge Randolph presiding.
Please be seated. Thank you. Attorney Felsen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before the jury comes out, I'd like to have a document marked for ID purposes only and ask that it be filed conditionally under seal. The state was kind enough to prepare an envelope. So if I can pass it up to the clerk and represent on the record what it is the final 4 pages of the custody report that has been the topic of discussion. On the front page of those 4 pages is a release, and it states pursuant to the order of the court at the May 25th, 2021 hearing, a complete copy of the custody evaluation in the above matter is attached to this letter. As stated on the record, the report is released to the defendant and all dissemination restrictions apply pursuant to practice book 25-60. The pages that are enclosed are pages 67, 68, and 69, which are the conclusion pages of the report. If I can please pass it up to the clerk.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just if I may, if council can just get me a copy of everything that's contained. So I can just have a copy of what that is then.
Didn't you give her a copy? Yeah. Didn't you give?
Attorney Meehan, you may take your
Thank you.
seat. Thank you. You can bring the jury out.
Oh, and just for the record too, Your Honor, I have no objection to that being lodged as part of the case for the state's position.
Thank you. Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning still, Attorney Meehan, how are you?
I'm fine. Good morning.
Just a couple more questions, okay?
Certainly.
At some point in 2018, around that, at some point in April of 2019, did Fotis Dulos indicate that he believed the custody case was going to change in his favor?
Yes.
And when was that?
It would have been sometime after the custody evaluation report was complete.
Would that be around April or May of 2019?
That would have been probably the end of April of 2019, yes.
How did Fotis Dulos react when he read that evaluation report?
I was present with him and his lawyer when he reviewed the report. And he was a combination of emotions, I think. On the one hand, he was encouraged. On the other hand, he was upset and outraged. But ultimately, his concern was he was concerned for the children.
And did he file a motion?
He did.
How did he react after that motion was, well, I should ask a foundation question. Was that motion heard in May of 2019?
He filed a motion with the court and ultimately was heard in May of 2019, yes.
How did he react after that motion had been heard?
Well, the motion was started at what it had not completed. And he became frustrated after the first hearing day that we had on his motion.
Was the supervised visitation still in place after the May hearing?
It was.
And nothing had changed?
It had not.
Did you speak to Fotis Dulos after Jennifer had been reported missing?
I did.
When did you do that?
I received a phone call from Mr. Dulos the morning of May 25th, early in the morning.
How did he sound?
He was very excited. in the course of the call. I mean, I have a detailed note on it.
Again, did you document a note as part of your duties as a GAL?
I did.
Okay, if I may just approach the clerk. for a
Yes.
moment.
Excuse me, Your Honor, the witness will be reading, just the witness could be instructed just to read at a moderate pace for the interpreter.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Your Honor, state would offer 143. I don't believe there's any objection. I'd ask to be moved in evidence.
No objection to states 143.
No, Your Honor.
States 143 admitted as full.
Thank you. Attorney Mann, what is 143, please?
Exhibit 143 is a copy, another file note that I made. This one dated May 25, 2019, and it's titled Jennifer Missing.
Do you make these notes, by the way, around the time that the event occurs?
I do.
And is that part of your duties as a guardian ad litem?
It's part of my practice, but yes,
Okay. As that's a full exhibit, I'm going to ask if you can read that, please.
certainly. It's titled Jennifer Missing, dated May 25, 2019. Today, I received a phone call from Fotis Dulos at 10:26 a.m., who informed me that Jennifer Dulos was missing. He stated to me, "Mike, have you heard the news?" I replied, "No." He then stated, "Jennifer is missing." I noticed the tone in his voice to not be down or somber, but to be more excited. I don't know what to attribute the tone to his voice to. I asked, "When did she go missing?" And he indicated sometime yesterday, 5/24/19. I asked him where he was yesterday and whether he had an alibi. He said he was home in Farmington all morning, then in meetings. He mentioned he had cameras in his house. He immediately asked about the children and wanted me to address their safety. He told me they were in New York with Jennifer's mother and Lauren. He went on to tell me that Jennifer had made dental appointments for the children in New York and that he didn't know about the appointments or agree to them. A review of OFW shows Jennifer did advise him of a New York orthodontist on 5/13/19 via OFW and offered to advance the cost. I ended the call with him and began getting phone calls from Attorney Midler, New Canaan PD, and Jacob Petranker. I spoke with New Canaan PD, and they informed me of the investigation involving Connecticut State Police Major Crime Squad. They informed me that Jennifer's home in New Canaan was a major crime scene. The police asked for permission to interview the children, and I authorized the police to speak with them.
Sir, as part of your responsibilities as a guardian ad litem between 2017 and 2019, did you speak often with Jennifer Farber Dulos?
I did.
And after May 24, 2019, have you heard or seen Jennifer Farber Dulos since then?
Sadly, I've never spoken to her again.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Attorney Mann, good morning.
Good morning. Attorney
I'm
Johnson.
going to come up and grab that back from you if you don't mind.
No problem.
Thank you. You said you were the guardian ad litem for the Dulos children from August of 2017 through 2019,
Correct.
and you were appointed by the court.
Ultimately, yes.
Is that a situation where the parties need to agree to have you appointed?
Not always, but in this case, the parties reached an agreement on my appointment.
By parties, it would be Jennifer Dulos and Fotis Dulos?
Correct.
And Fotis Dulos and Jennifer Dulos were engaged in litigation during that time period
2017, yes.
related to parenting and custody?
Correct.
And that litigation was between them. It wasn't Michelle Troconis. She wasn't a party to that in any way.
Ms. Troconis was not a party to their divorce, no.
The court can appoint you as a GAL. You can have certain duties. Some of those duties can be limited by the court.
Correct.
Were your duties limited in any way when you were appointed by the court to be the guardian ad litem for the Dulos children?
Only to the extent that the parties had reached a signed agreement that set forth my duties, but those duties really mirrored the official duties as listed on a court form that we have. So in essence, it was all duties.
And were your duties ever during that time period restricted in any way by the court?
No.
As the guardian ad litem, you had said that you represent the best interests of the children,
That's correct.
that you're basically the eyes of the court.
That's correct.
You're a fact finder for the court.
Correct.
You don't work for Fotis.
No.
You didn't work for Jennifer Dulos.
Correct.
And you certainly don't work for Michelle.
That's correct.
During those 2 years, between 2017 and 2019, and not to get into what you said, but did you at times report to the court about your findings and what you thought was in the best interest of the children?
I did.
Did you do that based on interviews with the children?
Amongst other things, yes.
Also interviews with Fotis Dulos
Correct.
and Jennifer?
Correct.
And you met Michelle before.
I have.
You, I think, had dinner once at Fort Jefferson Crossing sometime at the end of 2017.
I did.
And you also spoke to mental health experts
I did.
and treatment providers.
Yes,
Did you also speak to the parties' attorneys?
I did.
Did both parties have attorneys?
Ms. Dulos was represented by counsel the entire time, and Mr. Dulos was represented by counsel at times, was also self-represented at times.
Let's start with Ms. Dulos. She had an attorney at one point. To start out, was that attorney Eric Broder?
Correct.
Did she at some point switch attorneys?
She did.
And she had Ruben Midler represent her?
Correct.
At some point, Fotis Dulos had an attorney named Jacob Petranker.
That's correct.
Did he at some point switch attorneys?
He did.
Was Mike Rose one of his attorneys?
He became one, yes.
Was Mike Rose Fotis Dulos' attorney in April and May of 2019?
I believe so, yes.
You had said at times that Fotis represented himself.
Correct.
Did Fotis file his own motions?
He did.
Did he make his own arguments to the court?
He did.
Fotis isn't an attorney, is he?
Not to the best of my recollection, no.
To get a timeline here, you talked about sometime in January of 2018, you had said that Fotis's visitation was suspended by the court.
Correct.
And at some point in the spring of 2018, were you aware that Fotis had filed a motion to modify that order?
That's correct.
During the course of the spring of 2017, there were many months of hearings
Of 18,
of spring of 2018.
yes,
And those hearings occurred over the course of several months
that's correct.
related to visitation,
Amongst other issues, yes.
parenting issues though.
Correct.
During the course of those hearings in the spring of 2018, from January until mid-2018, did the court ever enter interim orders?
The court did.
And were those orders permitting Fotis to have supervised parenting time with the children?
Yes,
Was Fotis's supervision had by a court-ordered supervisor?
yes,
Was that Dennis Puebla
that's correct. And his group.
and his group? So other people who worked for Dennis Puebla would also be monitoring that supervised visitation.
That's correct.
So during the course of those hearings, pursuant to the court's orders, Fotis would be able to visit with the children.
During the time period, yes.
At some time during that time period, there was a court-ordered custody and psychological report that was to be prepared.
That's correct.
Is that requested by the parties?
Are you asking me in this case or just in general?
Can either party request it in general?
Either party has the right to ask the court to appoint a court-appointed evaluator or to ask the Office of Family Relations to conduct a custody study.
And that custody study helps the court make a decision related to custody and parenting issues.
It is a piece of information that the court can consider when entering orders.
In this case, do you know whether one of the parties requested that such a custody report be prepared?
I believe so, yes. I'm trying to recall the time period.
Was it sometime in 2018?
There was a motion to have a private custody evaluation. I believe the motion was filed, yes, by one of the parties.
In 2018?
That's correct. It may have been filed sometime in 17, but acted on in 18.
Not getting into the contents of this particular custody report at all, I'm talking about custody reports in general. You had mentioned that sometimes they're prepared by family relations.
Correct.
Can you tell the jury a little bit what family relations role is here in the courthouse related to custody evaluations?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. Relevance to anything in general with respect to the
Well,
custody, family relations.
There's already been testimony that the custody evaluation was prepared by a private party and not family relations, so it's not relevant.
I can ask related to private ones. Can you tell the jury a little bit about what in general a custody report entails?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor. Relevance to.
The court understands the question. Custody reports are going to entail, all custody reports don't entail the same information. So that question is too general to be useful to the jury.
I can ask follow-up questions, Your Honor. Do custody reports involve interviews with the parties?
Generally, yes.
Sometimes do they involve evaluations by treatment providers,
Sometimes, yes.
mental health treatment providers?
Sometimes, yes.
And one of the factors that is addressed in custody reports is a parent's psychological status.
That is one of the factors under our custody statute.
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
These questions are running over the double yellow line. Sustained.
In this particular report, was somebody appointed to conduct a custody evaluation?
Yes,
Who was appointed as an evaluator?
Objection.
Sustained.
Was it a psychiatrist who was
Objection.
appointed?
Sustained.
Did both parties agree on who was going to conduct the evaluation?
Objection.
Well, did both parties agree? That's overruled.
yes,
Did the court accept that individual to participate in the evaluation, to conduct the evaluation?
Objection.
Sustained.
How long did it take for this custody report to be prepared?
Objection.
Well, what's the ground?
Your Honor, even getting into the length of time it takes to prepare it suggests that it's the contents suggest it goes into, opens the door to what was involved in conducting and creating that report, and also the relevance of how long it takes.
Well, the court will sustain the objection on relevance grounds.
During the course of the custody report being prepared, were there hearings in court related to custody and visitation?
yes.
Let's skip to March of 2019. You had indicated that the judge, it was Judge Heller in this case, who handled the family matters.
That's correct.
She entered orders allowing Fotis to have supervised visitation.
Correct.
By that point, March of 2019, was the custody report well underway?
Objection.
Well, this is another way of trying to determine through this witness, how long did it take to prepare the custody report? Sustained.
Was it your understanding in March of 2019 that the custody report was about to be completed?
Objection.
Sustained.
During that, in that March 20th order from Judge Heller was Fotis Dulos allowed supervised custody, supervised visitation.
Yes,
And it was sometimes at Fort Jefferson
it was permitted at that time.
and sometimes in Fairfield County.
Correct.
And in that order, Judge Heller ordered the parties to work together with the guardian ad litem,
Correct.
and that's you,
Correct.
and to come up with some kind of process or timetable to have Michelle and her daughter Nicole to be able to be present during that visitation.
That's correct.
And that was based on your recommendations.
I want to be mindful. As I understand, the courts issued an order of protection regarding sealed hearings, confidentiality, et cetera. So my hesitation in answering the question is, if you're asking me a question that requires a response about something that I recommended in the context of a sealed hearing, I'm not necessarily sure that that's in keeping.
That's covered by the protective
I can
order.
rephrase that, Your Honor. You at the time were the guardian ad litem
At the time of,
of Judge Heller's order,
yes,
and in the months prior to.
correct.
Your role as guardian ad litem is to be the eyes and the ears of the court,
That's correct.
and you provide feedback to the court
Correct.
upon which she bases her decisions.
That's correct.
You had told the jury about a phone conversation that you had with Fotis Dulos the following day,
Yes.
March 21st, 2019.
Yes,
Is that correct? And you prepared, you take notes
that's correct.
of your conversations with parties
Yes,
related to your communications.
correct.
And you did in this case?
Yes,
Did you take that note on or about March 21st, 2019?
thereabouts, yes.
And you said that Fotis wanted to see if you could do something to facilitate contact quicker.
Correct.
Did you learn at some point that Michelle's plan was to move out of state?
I became aware that she was looking to move away from all this, yes.
And by all of this, you mean the litigation?
That's correct.
All right, because it was your understanding that Michelle didn't have that kind of relationship with her family
That's correct.
or the father of her child,
Correct.
and it was very disappointing to her,
That's what she'd expressed to me, yes.
and she didn't want to be around it.
Correct.
And she told you she felt bad for the kids.
She did.
You explained that the court's order was a positive development,
Correct.
that it represented progress.
Correct.
And you did think that at the time.
Yes.
And things were progressing
Slowly, but yes, they were progressing.
through the courts
Correct.
pursuant to the court orders.
Correct.
And at the time, Fotis was working with his attorney.
Yes.
At that time, it was Mike Rose.
Yes.
Sometime in April or May of 2019, there was a custody report that was completed.
Correct.
Do you remember what date that was?
It would have been sometime in the last week of April, perhaps the 26th or 27th of April, 2019.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a document?
Perhaps.
All right, may I approach her?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning as to when, what date, what any particulars with respect to the custody report. If counsel, if this is just a foundation question,
It is.
Well,
Leave
the
it up.
question is, at some point, well, the term "at some point" is meaningless. It was completed. And the answer is yes.
Your Honor, the date that we're talking about is just a month prior to the incident for which we're here. And during the state's direct, this time period was especially an interest to the state, as well as Fotis's mindset and the way that he was reacting to the release of the report within this specific time frame.
So if the question is, was it completed on such and such a date, the witness can respond.
Was the report completed on or around April 24th, 2019?
Thereabouts.
You reviewed that report?
I reviewed the report.
You gave the parties the opportunity to review the report,
I offered both parties an opportunity to review the report with their counsel, yes.
but you did not disseminate the report. You didn't make copies of the report and give that out to anybody?
No, I did not.
And that is pursuant to a statute or a court order?
Well, in this particular case, there was no agreement previously by the parties regarding the publication or dissemination of the report. It's my general practice with these types of reports that they not be provided to parties or to their counsel unless there's a court order that limits or controls the dissemination or the use of such a report, because we don't want these reports falling into the public realm in any way. And in this particular case, there was no actual court order in that regard, but there was discussions and work towards that. So that's to answer your question.
So you did not disseminate the report to anybody,
Correct.
but the parties had an opportunity to review that report at your office?
That's correct.
Did Fotis come to your office and review that report?
With his counsel, yes.
He was there with Mike Rose
That's correct.
and reviewed the report, and you indicated that as a result of the report, he was encouraged.
That's correct.
And without getting into the discussion, did he tell you why he felt encouraged?
Well, that's going to run counter to the protective order. The court's not going to allow that question.
All right. You had also indicated he was upset and outraged.
That's correct.
As a result of reviewing that report, did Fotis's attorney file a motion with the court?
He filed a motion with the court.
Was that a motion for custody?
No, object, Your Honor.
Well, the fact that the parties read the report, the next question gets into what would be the nature of what he read such that he would file a motion for custody, which gets into the content of the report.
This is my last question in that
It
line.
doesn't
Your
matter whether it's the last question. The question is whether it's inadmissible, sustained.
In May of 2019, was it your expectation that Fotis's access to the children was going to continue to progress?
Objection.
Sustained.
In May of 2017, was Jennifer Dulos more agreeable to visitation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, in May of 2007,
Of 19, I apologize, Your Honor.
well, if that question isn't covered by the notes, the court is not going to risk having any content pulled from the page of the custody report.
It's not from the
With that
custody report,
question.
Your Honor. You were still the GAL in May of 2019,
Yes,
and you were still involved with parenting and custody issues related to Fotis Dulos?
yes,
And part of those, one of the aspects of that was supervised visitation.
correct.
Were you aware that Mr. Dulos was allowed supervised visitation during that period?
Yes,
Was that supervised visitation a little more flexible during that time period?
just so I understand the time period, which time period are you referring to?
In May of 2019?
The parties had been communicating a little more frequently and with a little more ease.
With a little more ease?
Yes, in regards to his parenting time.
And were you aware that Jennifer had allowed Fotis to visit with the children at her home
Yes, I was aware of that.
at 69 Wells?
Yes,
Following that filing by Fotis's attorney, Mike Rose, in May of 2019, there were court hearings
Yes,
And were there scheduled court hearings for after May 24th, 2019?
yes,
You had another conversation with Mr. Dulos on May 25th, or 25th, 2019, or was it 24th, 2019?
I spoke with Mr. Dulos, if I recall, on May 25th, 2019.
And he told you that Jennifer was missing?
Correct.
He also told you that Jennifer had scheduled dental appointments for the kids,
Correct.
and he told you that he was unaware of them?
I'd have to look at the note as to whether or not he was aware of it or
All
not.
right, we're looking at it, refresh your recollection.
Please. Okay, can I have the question again?
Yeah. You all set?
Yes.
In that phone conversation, Fotis told you that the children had a dental appointment in New York of which he was unaware.
Correct.
And he told you he didn't agree to that?
I don't recall if he said he didn't agree to it, other than just he was not aware.
You were able to check in something called OFW?
That's correct.
Is that Our Family Wizard?
That's correct,
Can you tell the jury what OFW, Our Family Wizard is?
certainly. Our Family Wizard, also known as OFW, is a computer service, application service that sometimes are used in cases that allows parents to be able to communicate back and forth with each other. And many times when we have cases like we had in this case, we use that as a tool so that we can document when messages are sent between parents, and the guardian is sometimes invited into those communications. As I was here, I can monitor these communications. And it also allows each parent to see if, as and when, certain messages, when they're sent, are read. Because many times these involve decision-making issues. They need to be done in a timely fashion. And frequently we are met with, I didn't know, I wasn't aware, when we can track that on OFW.
In this case, you were able to track that,
That's correct.
and you knew that Fotis was in fact aware that there was a dental appointment,
Via the OFW message, correct?
and that Fotis had lied.
If that's what you want to call it.
And Fotis lying had been a problem throughout the course of your role as a GAL from 2017 to 2019.
Again, Your Honor, I don't mean to interfere, but if the question's going to information that would call for me to have to testify about something that was subject to a sealed proceeding.
Well,
I can ask.
at this point, this is now character evidence. And so the code the code states that evidence of a person's character is not admissible to prove action and conformity therewith on a particular occasion. However, there may be evidence introduced as to character for truthfulness or untruthfulness, but that can only be done by opinion or reputation, not at the start by specific instances of conduct.
Attorney Mann, you didn't
So the court hasn't finished.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Thank you. You as the guardian ad litem did not represent Mr. Dulos,
No,
but you had many conversations with him throughout the course of your representation of the children.
correct.
Was it your opinion that Mr. Dulos lied an awful lot?
Yes,
When you were speaking to Mr. Dulos on May 25th, 2019, he told you that Jennifer was missing?
correct.
And you asked him where he was the day before?
Correct.
And whether he had an alibi?
Correct.
And you told him to make sure he had every second accounted for.
I'd have to look at the note again to see exactly what I said.
Do you recall telling him words to that effect?
Again, I'd have to look at the note, Attorney Felsen.
May I approach, Your Honor?
I've had a chance to refresh my
Thank
recollection.
you.
I don't see that in the note.
Whether or not you see that in the note, do you recall having a conversation with Fotis about accounting for his time on that day?
I think we had a general conversation about that, thus the reference to the being at home and the cameras, et cetera.
And the importance of doing that?
Well, I didn't give him any instruction of what was important or not.
You didn't give him any instruction at all, right?
Correct.
Because you weren't his attorney,
That's correct.
but you did indicate that he should have his time accounted for.
Again, I don't think I gave him any instruction.
It wasn't an instruction, but you did discuss that with him.
I discussed where he was, what he was doing, whether or not he had an alibi.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Nothing further, thank you.
Attorney Meehan, you missed that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, our next witness is actually coming from out of state. They will be here around 2:30. I would ask some indulgence in a longer lunch.
Thank you. How many witnesses are scheduled for this afternoon, Attorney?
Just one, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll reconvene at 2:30. Please do not discuss the case.
Hey everyone, it's the COE here. I just wanted to make sure that you guys know of a programming note. Tonight, Joel is having a show on the main channel on STS, but instead of 5 or 7 p.m., tonight's show will be 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So that's almost in 5 hours, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. He is going to be discussing the Cain Velasquez trial, and he will have on a couple of guests, but I know that one of them is Dr. G. Dr. G and Joel are both really big boxing and MMA fans. So tonight's show is obviously going to be true crime related and case related about the trial, but for them, it's also someone that they've been following for a long time. So I did want to make sure that you guys know that is at 5:30 p.m. tonight, Eastern Time. We are on a very long lunch break. We'll be back here in about 2 hours, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy. We're sticking around here and chat if you want to hang out. Otherwise, you can just keep your browser up or come back, whatever. Do what you got to do. Oh, someone's asking who Cain Velasquez is. Cain Velasquez is a boxer and a MMA fighter. And the story is, I think, don't hold me to it, but I think he found out that his son's tutor or coach or someone that he trusted with his child as some kind of mentor or adult position of power was sexually assaulting his child, and Cain went after them, and I guess he tried shooting at the guy and shot someone else who was with him. But it's a convoluted story of pretty much this professional MMA boxer, a big name in the game, who tried going after the guy who was sexually assaulting his son. I believe we're also going to have on Jody Plache, who was in a similar situation. Joel will explain it all, but these are pretty much cases of sexual assault and whether or not people are getting tried for going after the person who was at fault for the sexual assault, but obviously it turns very violent instead. So they're going to break that all down for you. Apologies if I don't know all the details, but that will be on tonight, 5:30 Eastern Time. And someone just asked me what's for lunch. Eventually, I'll have lunch, but my mom is getting into town in 3 hours and my house is a disaster. So instead of eating lunch right now, I'm like powering through, cleaning, mopping floors, picking up dog pee, making beds, the whole thing. So yeah. All right. Enjoy the lunch break and we'll be back here 2:30 Eastern Time. We'll keep the stream up per usual. Thanks, everyone.
although there are two affidavits. One is dated yesterday, or maybe, what's the, not yesterday, a couple of days ago. The other is dated a couple of months ago. In any event, I submit that, well, there are two issues. One is it states that the specific records and the certification have to be provided in sufficiently in advance of the offer to provide an adverse party with a fair opportunity to challenge them. So this was provided within the last couple of days, this affidavit. But in any event, I don't believe the affidavit complies with subsection A3 of new 9-3A. It appears to, on its face, the business record affidavit comply with a federal rule. It specifically recites the federal rule, but Connecticut's code of evidence is different in that respect. And specifically, it requires that the affidavit state either that it is based on the entrant's own observations or on information of others whose business duty it was to transmit it to the entrant. And I submit that neither of those are in the affidavit. Therefore, I've indicated to Mr. McGinnis, actually at least 2 weeks ago, that I was going to request that an AT&T representative appear. And I had indicated even to Your Honor that part of the issue was to explore whether or not these records were obtained or were subject to erasure that were therefore obtained in violation of the Fourth Amendment. But I'm just sticking right now, we're not making a constitutional argument to my claim that under new rule of evidence 9-3A, which was approved in 2022, that the affidavits do not comport with the requirements of that section under the business record authentication requirement. And therefore, a business custodian of records would be required to testify.
Judge, obviously I disagree. I think that the affidavit itself fully complies with 9-3A. Just with respect to notice the opposing party, my recollection is we've been going back and forth as to whether or not someone was going to be required. And it wasn't really until last week that Mr. Schoenhorn indicated yes, for sure, that he was going to demand that someone from AT&T be present. But I'll just note the following for the record. With respect to Mr. Dulos's records, I would imagine he's had those for several years, although I guess he could represent the specific date. I wasn't involved with the case at that point. And with respect to Mr. Troconis' records, he's had those since at least November 16th, and that affidavit is, that was a more recent search warrant, as the court will recall. And I could pass forward a copy of one of the affidavits. They look the same if the court wants to, check it against the subsection. But I can tell you, Judge, that this affidavit fully complies with 9-3A. It indicates that the person making the affidavit is qualified to authenticate the records because they're familiar with how the records were created, managed, stored, and retrieved, that they are true duplicates of the original records. They were made at or near the time of the occurrence of the matter set forth by or from information transmitted by a person with knowledge of those matters. They were kept in the ordinary course of the regularly conducted business activity of AT&T, and they were made at AT&T as a regular practice.
I would ask the court just to look at the affidavit. And like I said, I think that the business record rule may be an exception to the confrontation clause, but I would argue that it would have to be strictly construed in order for that to be admissible. I have no objection to the court looking at it. I believe it doesn't comply, and it'd be a simple matter to look at.
Well, if it's a confrontation argument that they're making, Judge, then you can dispense with this pretty easily. These are business records that are not kept for the specific purpose of criminal litigation. And so obviously, if they're kept in the ordinary course of business, as this affidavit attests to, then there is no testimonial piece of this because they weren't generated for the purpose of criminal litigation. So I think if that's the argument, then I think the court can quickly dispense with it. But I'm happy to pass forward a copy of the affidavit.
Thank you. Well, the court hears two arguments. The court hears one argument concerning authentication. and another argument concerning business records. There is a business records exception to the hearsay rule. That exception requires, well, is this a business record or is it a public record?
It is a business record, Judge.
If it's kept in the regular course of business, and it is that business's business to keep such records in its regular course, that seems to have jumped both hurdles, if it's a business record. The question now is whether it is authenticated. And the claim is that, well, the court should probably read the
Certainly.
affidavit. Thank you. Well, according to the certificate of authenticity, paragraph A reads, all records attached to this certificate were made at or near the time of the occurrence of the matter set forth by or from information transmitted by a person with knowledge of those matters. That seems to satisfy Section 9(3)A. The entrant is not indicating that it is from his or her own personal observation, but from, and this is the difference between the public records exception and the business record, or rather authentication section of the code. The public records exception requires the entrant either to have personal knowledge or someone other than the entrant who has personal knowledge who has the duty to transmit. 9(3)A does not require those who have a duty to transmit to have a personal knowledge. It reads, the information contained in the record was based on the entrant's own observation or on information of others whose business duty it was to transmit it to the entrant. The others need not have personal knowledge. So the court, in reading Section A, concludes that the affidavit satisfies Section 9(3)A.
Would that be marked then for ID, then for the record?
Yes, thank you.
I have no objection to that, Judge. I do have the records themselves, which I'm going to be introducing on a disc. They're, the affidavit is actually on this disc, so I don't know if the court needs to mark that specific one, or I suppose we
We
can.
should probably mark both.
Sure. And I'm just going to take an opportunity to mark the two exhibits.
Yes.
If that's all right.
We can bring the jury in.
Yes, sir.
Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you. Attorney McGinnis.
Judge, the state calls Special Agent Kevin Hoyland of the FBI.
Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Kevin, Kevin, Hoyland, Hoyland.
Thank you.
Mr. Hoyland, you may be seated.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Agent Hoyland.
Good afternoon.
Would you just tell the jury where you're employed?
I work for the FBI,
What is your current title with the FBI?
special agent,
How long have you been a special agent with the FBI?
since 2012.
And I know that this is probably goes without saying, but FBI stands for Federal Bureau of Investigation, correct?
It does, yes.
And as far as education, how far did you go in college?
I have a undergraduate degree in finance. I have a MBA, Master's in Business Administration, and I also have my CPA license.
Where were you employed prior to being a special agent with the FBI?
I worked at Dunkin' Donuts Corporate in Massachusetts.
Now, with respect to your responsibilities with the FBI, what are your responsibilities as a special agent?
Presently, I'm a full-time member of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, otherwise known as the CAS team.
And what is the CAS team?
The CAS team is a specialized unit of investigators responsible for analyzing phone records provided by the cell phone companies to understand the general location of where a phone was or wasn't when it had made or received phone calls.
And how many people are part of the CAS team?
Across the country, there's approximately 80 or 90 of us. 20 of us, like myself, do it full-time.
And of the 20 that do it full-time, how many are situated here in the Northeast?
Just me.
All right. And in fact, you drove down from New Hampshire today to testify. Is that correct?
I did.
And would you mind just telling the jury what historical cell site analysis is?
Sure. So historical cell site analysis involves taking those records I mentioned that the phone companies keep in a normal course of their business and reviewing them and reviewing the cell tower information that gets recorded every time your phone makes or receives calls. And by looking at that information and where those towers are physically located on the earth, I can begin to formulate an opinion as to the general location of where a phone was when it had made or received those calls or text messages.
And what would be the purpose of doing such an analysis?
The purpose for that is to understand, again, the general location for a device. So our unit gets called upon for kidnapped children, Amber Alerts, fugitives, really any investigation where there's a phone in play. Using these historical records is very helpful to understand, again, where that phone is to locate the person holding that phone.
As part of CAS, have you received any specialized training regarding cellular telephones, technology, and historical cell site analysis?
I have.
Please explain the training you've received.
Sure. To date, it's been hundreds and hundreds of hours. Originally, I was certified with CAST in 2016, which involved a litany of training from both the FBI and other government agencies. Academia also provided training during our certification, as well as companies that build technology and tools that are used in the telecom industry. Most importantly, as part of certification and every year thereafter, I've received training directly from the phone companies themselves. So the Verizons, AT&Ts, T-Mobiles of the world send their subpoena compliance folks and their engineers to our conferences to educate us on exactly how their network operates, how their records get generated, and any sort of nuances that their company may have.
And how often do you actually analyze call detail records?
Every day.
And have you ever worked on cases where you were called upon to determine the location of a cell phone?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to validate your historical cell site analysis?
I have.
And how have you done that?
Validation is multiple different ways. One, I've used test phones that I've had in my possession that I've gone out and recorded activity and then looked at the records. I've assisted phone companies in testing their new tools that they're going to roll out and features that they're going to roll out in their network. And then most importantly, the validation and the real validation is real world examples, right? When I get a phone call at 3 a.m. that a kid has been taken, and I use this technique to then figure out the location of a device tied to that kidnapping, and we end up finding that child there. That hands down is the best validation.
You mentioned some of the training that you've received in historical cell site analysis, but have you also done trainings as an instructor?
Yes, I've trained over 500 formal training to over 500 students of state, local, federal, and international law enforcement over the years, as well as countless informal trainings.
And have you been qualified and testified as an expert in the area of historical cell site analysis?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
A little over 50 times.
And in which courts?
State and federal, all over the country, here in Connecticut, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Colorado, Wyoming, Arizona, North Carolina, Nebraska, Washington, D.C. I think that covered most of them.
Did you complete a historical cell site analysis for this case?
I did.
And did you prepare a PowerPoint to assist in the explanation of your analysis?
I did.
Judge, I am approaching with State's Exhibit 145, as well as State's Exhibit 147.
Thank you.
I'm just going to ask if you wouldn't mind looking at that and tell me what it is.
This appears to be the report I put together for the case.
And did you prepare that in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Judge, I move it in.
Which one are we talking about?
The PowerPoint. Let me just compare it.
Which number is that, please?
145. I'll take it back so that Mr. Schonhorn can.
I just want to compare it. I have no objection.
States 145 admitted as full.
Judge, States 147 is a DVD, which also contains States 145, just so that I can display it on the screen. Do you have an objection to this?
Well, I have no objection to him using both. I think one should be a letter A of the other exhibit rather than separate exhibits, so the jury understands it's the same exhibit, just one's in electronic format and the other's in paper. I don't know if it should be two separate exhibits.
Well, it probably does not make much difference since there will be a list of all of the exhibits, but it will be 145A.
So let me just have the clerk remark this.
This one.
And you state 145.
Thank you.
Agent Hoyland, can you just tell the jury what phone numbers and devices you did an analysis for in that particular PowerPoint?
Sure. In this instance, we're looking at phone number 860-478-8625, which was an AT&T number, as well as the 305-331-5232, which was also an AT&T number.
And who are those phone numbers associated with?
The first phone number, the 8625, was associated with Mr. Dulos, and the 5232 was associated with Ms. Troconis.
The other one's still down.
Hopefully. Should be good. Always the true test.
Okay. We'll disregard the, oh, all right. I'm displaying State's Exhibit 138, which is a detail log sheet. And I'm going to see if I could zoom in. Agent Hoyland, is that visible in front?
Now I can see it. Yep.
Okay, all right. And sir, State's Exhibit 138, I'm just going to direct your attention to a phone number here on the left-hand side, 305-331-5232. Are you familiar with that phone number?
That is the phone number associated with Ms. Troconis.
I'm sorry?
That's the phone number associated with Ms. Troconis.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Oh, and just before I publish the CAS PowerPoint, Judge, the AT&T records were marked as States 146. I'm going to move those into evidence at this time.
Well, based on what I indicated before, it's
States 146 admitted as full.
And Agent Hoyland, I am going to be displaying your PowerPoint. However, you have the hard copy in front of you too if you need to refer to it. Is that all right?
Sounds great.
All right, Agent Hoyle, can you just tell us what this first page is?
This first page is just the traditional cover sheet indicating the phone numbers that I looked at, the corresponding FBI case, and when I completed the analysis.
And can we just go to the next page, page 2? Can you briefly just tell the jury how a cell phone works and communicates with a cellular network?
Of course. So while your phone's on and in your pocket, it's constantly scanning its environment, and it's looking for cell sites associated with your carrier. So if you have a Verizon phone, it's only looking for Verizon cell towers. You could be standing right next to an AT&T one, and your phone would never see it. But while it's looking for those cell towers, it's taking measurements, and it's recording which tower and corresponding sector, which I'll probably touch on in a moment, it sees as best. And it creates a log in the phone of all of the cell towers it sees as best. So that when you hit send on your phone reaches out to that particular tower and says, hey, I have a phone call to make. The tower accepts that call, records that information in your call detail record, and your call goes ahead and goes through. You end up talking to your friend on the other line. That's the basis of how the phone works.
And if we can go to the next slide. Now you mentioned a cell tower. What is a cell tower?
So a cell tower, sometimes known as a cell site, it's traditionally it was those big ugly things on the side of highways, those big metal structures that have antennas all over them. Nowadays they've become a little bit smaller, right? They're 4G, and now with 5G, you see little antennas on the sides of buildings. Actually, we can see some on the side of that apartment complex right there at the roof. See those little white things, the FAR apartment complex, those little 3 or 4 white vertical pieces straight out there? That's a cell tower. They're on the sides of buildings, they're on top of light poles, they're no longer those big behemoths. But all of those things are what the phone uses to communicate with the network. And that is what your phone uses to exchange radio frequency, which has your voice or your text or your internet surfing on it. So they're sort of all over the place these days.
And you mentioned that the phone will reach out to the strongest tower. Is that correct?
The phone's going to reach out to the best tower, the
Best
tower it
tower.
sees as best. So cleanest, clearest, and overall best signal based on the network parameters and priorities. So that's not always going to be the closest tower, but it will always be the tower that the phone saw as best at that spot on the earth.
And what records do cell phone companies keep based on the activity you just described?
So I had referred to call detail records. They're essentially billing records. It just says who called who, when that call occurred, date, time, how long it lasted. What separates call detail records from billing records, though, is it also gives us that last piece of information. What cell tower did the phone utilize for that particular call?
If we just go to the next, well, actually, before we go to the next slide, you had also mentioned sectors earlier. You said you were going to get to that. Can you explain what a sector is?
Yeah, and actually, it might be easiest if we could move one slide ahead.
Sure.
To help visualize it. So the design on the right here, imagine you're in the air and you're looking down on top of a cell tower. A cell tower, it covers 360 degrees, a circle, right? Most towers are broken up into sectors, and most commonly 3 sectors is the orientation that towers have. So if you take 360 degrees of a circle, divided by 3, each sector covers approximately 120 degrees. That information is also provided in the call detail record. So not only do we know the cell tower, but we know which sector the phone had utilized. And this becomes important because it can help us help infer the location of the phone relative to the tower. So in this hypothetical behind me, imagine the phone had recorded this tower and sector 1. We would know that in this case, sector 1 points due north, that the phone had to be somewhere north of that tower. Because if it was southwest of that tower or southeast of that tower, it would have chosen sector 2 or sector 3 for the call. In this case, it chose sector 1. So again, we know that the phone is somewhere north of that tower at that point in time to see that tower and sector as best.
Do records held by phone companies typically encompass data information such as FaceTime calls or FaceTime audio calls?
Those particular types of transactions, so anything related to an app, which FaceTime, iMessage, all of those things are carried over the data side of the network. So all the carriers have 3 distinct sets of information. There's voice calls, there's text messages, and then there's data. In this case, we didn't get data. But even if we had, it wouldn't show us transactional levels of detail. So it wouldn't show us a FaceTime call. All it would show is that at some point a data session had opened up, it had requested resources from a tower. It remained open for a period of time. Bytes were exchanged up and down, and then it closed. We can't infer what's going on when those situations occur. The phone could have been in a FaceTime call. The phone could have been sending iMessages back and forth. Could have been on WhatsApp, or the phone could have just been turned on and sitting on someone's desk and an email notification came in, or some other, pop-up where it wasn't user initiated.
And you had mentioned that you were asked to review cell phone records. Actually, can we go to the next slide? And would you just explain to the jury what we're seeing in this slide?
Sure. So these particular illustrations are what we will see most commonly in the slides and the maps that I completed for this report. So the pie wedge that you see behind me, that reflects the sector the phone had utilized at the timestamp shown. One thing to point out is that the shaded area on that pie wedge, that is merely a visual to help understand that that's the direction that that particular sector faces. At the bottom, you see a call-out box. It lists the cell ID, excuse me, the phone number that had created that transaction, the timestamp, which is adjusted to local time, whether or not it was an incoming call or text message or outgoing. How long the call lasted is the next number, that 36 in this example. And then lastly, the far right is the opposing number. So if I spoke with you, my number, and we were looking at my records, my number would be on the left side. Your number, the number I spoke with, would be on the far right.
Now, were you asked to review records for cellular phone number ending 8625 belonging to Mr. Dulos?
Yes.
And also with respect to a cellular phone number ending 5232 belonging to Michelle Troconis, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, and I'm just going to ask if we can go to the next slide. And this particular slide just shows the phone number and account information for that particular subscriber, is that correct?
Correct. This is the AT&T subscriber information for number ending 8625, which comes back to Mr. Dulos.
And the next slide. And this slide provides information for Michelle Troconis' device, is that correct?
Correct.
And is it your understanding that Maricela Areza is her mother, or you're not sure?
I'm not sure, actually.
Okay. Next slide. What are we seeing here?
There was a handful of locations that investigators had provided to me in support of me doing my analysis. Those locations are shown here with the address in the middle, as well as a corresponding map icon. On each of the slides, on the maps themselves, I have a legend where this information is there as well, so it's not like you need to memorize it. But a residence in Farmington, a property on 80 Mountain Spring Road in Farmington. There was an area in Hartford that I was asked to look at. Russell Speeder Car Wash in Avon. And then lastly, on this map, you're going to see a bunch of blue dots, and those are going to represent the other AT&T towers in the area that the phone didn't utilize during the time frame mapped out.
And did you use any particular software to map this out?
Yes.
What software is that?
The software we use is known as ESPA, E-S-P-A.
And what does ESPA do?
ESPA takes the records that we receive originally from AT&T and visualizes them. So AT&T records contain a lot of the information I just mentioned. That allows us to put dots on a map, allows us to visualize which cell towers were utilized, where those cell towers are located in correspondence or in relation to the locations provided here.
All right, you got the next slide, please. All right, Agent Hoyland, I don't know if it would be easier for you to step up to the screen at this point for the next several slides.
Sure.
Just to kind of explain to the jury what we're looking at here. And just before we, there's a big screen behind you.
Is that okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
And just before we get there, there are various boxes, and the top of the box is blue and begins with the letter CID. Could you just indicate to the jury what that means?
Sure. So using this as an example, CID represents cell ID. So that is the AT&T identifier for the particular tower shown here. So each of these call-out boxes are associated with different events during this time period of the evening of May 23rd, 2019 through early morning hours of May 24th. So just as an example, this box up here, CID 2582, this is the tower and sector represented by CID 2582. There was a total of 4 transactions from 1008 through 1012 from into Mr. Dulos's device. So as you'll notice, there's 2 colors up here. Right? Black associated with Mr. Dulos's device and green associated with Mr. Troconis's. So whenever you see those colors, you know that that's the particular phone that we're talking about. Taken in totality, though, what we have here is a handful of activity from these 2 devices utilizing towers and sectors all facing back towards the residence. This particular cell site up here, CID 20123, is unique. It's known as a femtocell. So if anybody, either themselves or has a relative that has really poor cell phone reception in their house, they can buy a device to plug in to their internet to boost the signal, essentially. It's known as a femtocell. It gets a unique identifier, and the particular Latin long of that cell tower is the latitude and longitude of the house. What this means is that that particular femtocell is installed in the residence, and so when the phone is using that particular CID 20123, we know that the phone is at the residence or on the property.
And there's a green marker also in the center of the slide. Would you just indicate to the jury what that is?
Of course. So this green marker represents 80 Mountain Spring Road. As you can see, they're in close proximity to one another. But again, this is consistent with both devices being in and around that area on the evening of May 23rd, 2019 through the 12:59 a.m. on May 24th.
Okay. And I'm just going to go to the next slide. Agent Harlow, could you just indicate to the jury what we're seeing in this slide?
Of course. So the next morning, beginning at 7:16, Mr. Dulos's device utilized the home cell site, I'll call it, the femtocell, the one that's stationed at the house, for this incoming call. At 7:45, Mr. Troconis's device utilized this tower and sector up here, facing away, obviously up in Avon. There was an outgoing call placed for nearly 1,000 seconds. At 8:02, Ms. Troconis's device utilized this tower and sector here back closer to the house. This would be consistent with Ms. Troconis's device traveling back south towards the residence between 7:45 and 8:02. At 8:38, and again at 8:41, Ms. Troconis's device used the home cell site. There were outgoing calls at that time. This would be consistent with her device now being at home at 8:38. However, prior to that, at 8:26, there was an incoming call to Mr. Dulos's device through that same home cell site. That call was an international call from a Greece number. That call was answered and lasted approximately 18 seconds.
So roughly, just to be clear, roughly 12 minutes after the call from Greece, Ms. Troconis's device utilized the home, what's the terminology?
Called the home cell site for
Home cell
simplicity's
site?
sake.
Is that
Yes.
correct?
So the chronological would be 8:02, Ms. Troconis's device is using this tower and sector here, west of the house. Then at 8:26, there's the call from Greece that is answered. And then at 8:38, Ms. Troconis's device itself places an outgoing call through the home cell site.
Next slide, please. Agent Horn, can you tell us what your conclusions were with respect to this slide?
Sure. So starting down here, again, CID 20123, the home cell site. Mr. Dulos's device has a litany of incoming calls that are not answered. That first one is at 8:02, and they continue until 12:17. The first call that is answered, or the first activity that shows user interaction, would be this outgoing call at 1:19 for Mr. Dulos's device. Also of note in here is another call from Greece at 10:33. Concurrently, Mr. Troconis' device leaves the area of the residence and utilizes this tower and sector up here. At 9:38, there's an outgoing call, and then at 10:04, there's an incoming call, both through the same tower and sector. By 11:52, her phone has returned to the house, places an outgoing call through that home cell site. Can't say, of course, where her phone was between 10:04 and 11:52. There was no activity to map out. But that is sort of the totality of what's going on here.
And Agent Hoyland, you'll forgive me because I have a hard time seeing the screen. Can you just indicate to the jury how many missed calls Mr. Dulos had after the Greece call?
Well, I'm going to object. I don't think that's within the scope of his testimony or his purview. His testimony has to do with cell towers, not how many were answered or not answered. That's not his field.
Well, there was testimony that there were a number of calls that went unanswered. That's already in evidence. And so counsel is asking how many went unanswered, overruled.
We have, there was a total of 9 incoming calls that were unanswered.
And if we go back to the previous slide, was there additional unanswered calls between 7:16 and 8:41?
Yes, with Mr. Dulos' device, there was one unanswered call at 7:16, and then the call from Greece at 8:26.
Okay, so from 7:16 a.m. until 1:19 p.m., the only phone call that was answered or where there's user activity is this call from Greece. Is that correct?
I believe the 119 is an outgoing call, but yes, prior to that, there was a total of 10 incoming calls that were not answered. One answered call at 8:26 from Greece.
Okay, and I think we can jump ahead 2 slides actually. Agent Holm, with respect to this particular slide, can you just indicate to the jury what your conclusions were?
Sure. At 1:53, Mr. Troconis' device received an incoming call from Mr. Dulos, and she had utilized the home cell site, as shown here. Mr. Dulos' device utilized this tower and sector up here near Avon to place that outgoing call. This would be consistent with the 2 devices not being together, not being at the home at that time.
Next slide. With respect to this slide, 3:16 to 5:16 p.m., can you just indicate to the jury what your conclusions are?
Of course. So we're still on May 24th. Here at 3:16, Mr. Dulos' device placed an outgoing call to Ms. Troconis. Ms. Troconis received that call through this tower and sector here. Mr. Dulos then placed another outgoing call to Mr. Troconis at 3:35. Mr. Troconis' device received that phone call through the tower, the home cell site that we're calling it. There was some additional activity with Mr. Dulos' device as well as Ms. Troconis' device off of this tower and sector at 3:39. Mr. Troconis used it at 3:57. At 4:06, Mr. Troconis' device now utilized this tower and sector down here to receive a text message before subsequently returning eventually to the residence at 5:16 when she received an incoming call from Mr. Dulos again. Mr. Dulos' device, interestingly enough, at 4:48 and 5:06, utilized the home cell site before returning up and using this particular tower and sector at 5:16.
So, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, all told, a lot of activity. It's a little bit of a busy slide. But there was 4 total calls between Mr. Troconis and Mr. Dulos at 3:16, 3:35, 3:57, and 5:16.
And Agent Hoyland, I wanted to ask you, I want you to assume with respect to CIDs 51149-16 and 51149-9, I want you to assume that when Mr. Dulos' user activity occurred, that he was at 80 Mountain Spring Road for a moment. How would he be hitting off that tower all the way at the top of the slide?
Yes, so as I had mentioned earlier, the phone doesn't always use the closest tower. It's going to use the tower it sees as best. One way to think about that is here. We have, imagine we're standing in an office building or in a courtroom or at a window. We have direct line of sight to that cell tower that was on top of that roof that I had mentioned before. Now, let's say my phone sees that cell tower or cell site. Now, on the other side of the building, maybe only a block or two away, my phone sees another cell site. My phone would likely choose that one, even though it's a little bit farther away, because it has clear line of sight. There's no obstructions. The radio frequency from my phone doesn't have to go through the concrete and rebar and the rest of this courtroom and courthouse to reach the tower that's a little bit closer. So in your situation, here's the residence. There are some cell sites that are a little bit closer. This I know because I looked, is a very densely wooded area. Where this particular cell tower sits, there happens to be a ravine that sort of crisscrosses down towards the residence. When you have densely wooded area, obviously woods, trees can't grow in water, right? So what it ends up doing is it creates a funnel where radio frequency could just sort of travel right down that path. If the phones were down here and still using this cell site, that is what I believe would have happened. Unfortunately, it is too long ago to go back and do any further testing to confirm the actual coverage areas of these particular towers.
Understood. Next slide. All right, this is activity from 316 to 335. Can you just tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Sure. This is just a pared down version of the slide before. I'm just focusing on the two calls that I had mentioned. So at 316, Mr. Dulos placed an outgoing call that Ms. Troconis' device received through this tower and sector here. And then at 335, his device placed another call, which Ms. Troconis received at 335 at the home cell site.
And just with respect to, this information doesn't always, this information doesn't tell us exactly where a phone is that correct?
Correct. It's not a pinpoint precision, the phone is on this street corner kind of thing. We know that the phone had to see the particular towers and sectors shown as best as to wherever they were on the earth.
But what's the significance of the home cell site with relation to where a phone would be?
But as mentioned, the home cell site's unique because the femtocell, or the device that the phone would connect to at home, is designed to provide all the coverage to the residents. Think of it as like Wi-Fi. If you go too far out into your yard, you might lose Wi-Fi connectivity. The same applies for a femtocell. Additionally, femtocell, you have to have phones whitelisted to use that. That means that the device, you have to tell the device that this phone, this phone, this phone can use this particular cell site. No other phones can. So given those two things, when the phone is using the 20123s, that tells me that it is most likely at a residence.
We have the next one. All right, and this is activity summary 52419, 747 to 827. Can you indicate for the jury what we're looking at here?
Of course. So as you can see later in the evening on May 24th, Mr. Dulos' device travels away from the residence and utilizes this particular tower and sector here at 747. This is in the vicinity of Albany Avenue there in Hartford. He makes an outgoing call to Mr. McElwain, is my understanding. At 8:15 and at 8:26, Ms. Troconis' device received incoming calls through the home cell site, putting, again, the device home at that moment. And then at 8:27, Mr. Dulos' device placed an outgoing call through the home cell site. That tells us at some point between 7:47 and 8:27, Mr. Dulos' device traveled from the Hartford area back to the residence.
Next slide. All right, and now we're jumping ahead to May 29, 2019, 8:39 a.m. to 9:13 a.m. and then 2:20 p.m. is the slide. Could you just indicate for the jury what we're looking at here?
Have to. So on this morning at 8:39, Ms. Troconis' device received again an incoming call through the home cell site. Roughly 18 minutes later, her device utilized this tower and sector here for an incoming call before then utilizing this cell site up here adjacent to the Russian Speeder car wash. That was for an outgoing call at 9:12 and then followed by an incoming call at 9:13. Both of those numbers were with, both of those calls were with a number 203-918-4877, which was provided to me as another phone number for Mr. Dulos. Now, jumping forward in the day, we pick back up at 2:20. Ms. Troconis' device utilizes that same tower different sector at 2:20 for an incoming text message, consistent with her device being back up in the area of the Russell Streeter car wash.
And I want to direct your attention to between 9:13 and 2:20, specifically approximately 1:40 in the afternoon. Did Ms. Troconis' device receive a phone call that's not reflected on this slide?
That's correct. So Ms. Troconis' device had received a phone call from a number associated with the Russell Streeter car wash. The cell site and location of that was not relevant to my analysis at the time and not included on here, but the call itself did in fact.
Next slide. Okay. Thank you, Agent Horn. You can have a seat. Thank you. If I can just have a moment, Judge. Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you.
May I just return the exhibits?
Yes.
Or actually, if you want to hang on to that, I suppose.
I'm going to use the paper exhibit, so excuse me for that. The paper. The one that was just. Oh, do you have?
Sorry,
I thought it was just returned, so I didn't
didn't realize
still had
you
it
meant this
there.
one.
Thank you. I'm going to use the Elmo to ask you some questions about that. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So as I understand it, you were asked to plot certain cell tower activity based on 2 cell phones. Is that correct?
That's what my report reflects, yeah, the 2 phones.
You were told, or how did you determine that both of those phones were AT&T subscribers?
That information, the records provided by AT&T were given to me by the prosecution.
So one of the things that you said in your report, and I'm just going to point to it, on page, there's actually, the numbers are hard to read, but it looks like it's the 3rd page of this exhibit. And I'll just make it so that you can see it a little bit better. The second bullet point on what I believe to be page 3, although it's cut off on the paper copy, says that when powered on, mobile devices constantly scan their environment looking for the cell site which provides the strongest, clearest, and overall best signal. That's what you testified to, correct?
That is correct.
And the next sentence says, this signal generally comes from the cell tower / cell site that is closest to the mobile device, or the tower with the best line of sight. You wrote that, right?
I did, yes.
So that's an alternative, right? It's a disjunctive, correct? It's either this site that is closest to the mobile device or the tower with the best line of sight is what you wrote here, correct?
Those would be the most likely towers that the phone would see as best. Yes.
Towers plural, correct?
Tower that the phone would see as best. There's only one tower that the phone would see as best.
Right, but in terms of where it's choosing, I mean, I'm using a word like choice, but where the phone decides, if you will, to connect, it's either the closest or it's the one with the best line of sight, correct?
No, that's not only the two options. I believe I said the signal generally comes from the cell tower, cell site that is closest, or the one with the best line of sight.
So generally, it's one of those two.
Generally, yes.
Sometimes it might be the same location, correct?
The tower that it sees is best is the one with the best line of sight?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Now, did you actually go to any of these tower locations in the Farmington Valley of Connecticut?
I had no need to.
Did you look at a topography map of the area?
I did, actually.
Is that one of the items that was shown to you when it was put up on the screen a minute ago?
A topography map is not included
You
in
didn't
my
use a
report.
topography map to create this report, did you?
The visualization of the records as shown in my map was done by software, where we reach out to Google Maps and pull map tiles. I, as part of my typical process, go and look on Google Earth to look at the topography, look at the area where cell towers are located to generally understand what's going on. Is it an urban area? Is it a rural area? Those factors potentially could impact, my opinion as to the general location of a device.
Incidentally, did you also look at any of the applications by the phone companies regarding their towers and what area they sought to cover through any of the ones that you've just testified about?
Their applications where?
To build them.
No,
You're aware that that's public source information, correct?
it's available on the FCC website.
And sometimes within a state as well, correct?
There is probably some sort of state licensing authority.
And are you trained to actually be able to read the technical details of the towers and their azimuth angle and all that stuff that comes from engineering?
I feel like I can read most of it, yes.
Okay. And do you have a background in engineering?
I do not.
What is your educational background, by the way?
I have an undergraduate degree in finance, a master's MBA, as well as a CPA license.
Okay. And do any of those degrees require a background in engineering in order to complete those degrees?
They do not.
I want to ask you specifically, and I'm just going to, if I may. There's some pictures of the things. I'm going to mark this for ID. I'm going to ask you specifically about the tower that you referred to in your report, as you called it the home, I don't want to use the incorrect terminology, home cell site?
Generically, I refer to it as the home cell site for simplicity's sake.
And you use that term because it's the, you testified it's the closest to the home itself?
Well, yes, because the latitude and longitude for that particular device placed the device at the residence. It was a femtocell, as I mentioned, a cell signal extender for the home.
And the one you're referring to as the home cell tower is the one that's marked as CID 25802 in your report? Is that correct?
That'd be incorrect. It would be the CID 20123 to the right.
The one to the right. And which one does this specifically go to in the diagram?
So that particular CID or cell ID refers to the green circle that's at the residence. As
That's
it's a
the address, that's the home.
correct, and that's the latitude and longitude for that particular home cell site that was provided by AT&T.
And when you say it's a cell site, could you explain again when your home becomes a cell site? Does that mean there's a tower on the roof like you pointed out the window at that apartment building out there, or something different?
No, something different. So it's a small device that you would buy and install by plugging in and connecting to your internet. It allows your signal to get boosted, in this particular case for AT&T, within the home so that you have better reception with your AT&T phone. To install it, you need to obviously power it on, have it near a window so it can take a GPS measurement of where it's physically located, and then you're ready to go with it.
So would it be fair to say it's like a booster to your cell site in case you're in a difficult area?
Yes.
That's a yes?
Yeah.
Now, you're also familiar with Wi-Fi connection, somebody's cell phone connecting by Wi-Fi, correct?
Yes, I am.
Now, if they have Wi-Fi and internet, would the phone connect to the home cell site or to a cell tower or to neither?
Can you ask that?
If they were using their phone using Wi-Fi signal from their home, would that phone also connect to either the home cell site or an external tower?
So if your phone was at home and you had your Wi-Fi turned on, but you were not in airplane mode, so you still had cellular connectivity with your device, depending on what you're doing with the device, it would either route over Wi-Fi or through the home cell site.
And if it routes through the Wi-Fi, it would not show up on your diagram, correct?
Correct. If it was a Wi-Fi call, there would be no cell site associated with it in the records. If we look at AT&T records, in many instances, Wi-Fi calling is in fact shown, but again, no cell site is shown with it. So I wouldn't be able to map that out.
All right. Now, with regard to the tower that you referred to as CIT D25802, this one over here, did you look at any information about that tower and where it was specifically where it was located?
Yes, it appears to be co-located with a Verizon cell site as well.
When you say that means it's a Verizon and AT&T site?
Yes, the physical pole itself has antennas for both AT&T as well as Verizon.
And did you look at any of the details for the construction and reasons given for the need for that particular tower?
No, because it wouldn't impact my analysis.
Well, you did indicate, did you not, in your report? Again, I'll go back to page 3 for a minute. And I'm just going to refer you down at the bottom of your report after it says cell sites and sectors. The second to last bullet point states that the location of a cell site is often determined by sales marketing capacity, improvement of coverage, or expansion growth of a service provider. And then you go on to say something about overlapping coverage in urban areas and less in rural. But let me just ask you about that first sentence. Right? Have you ever read an application by any of the major cell companies about the need to put a tower and what they're trying to cover with that particular site?
I have definitely read applications for cell tower placement. I can't recall if it included the reasoning behind it, but again, it wouldn't impact my analysis at all.
Well, let me ask you a question. In your experience, doesn't the cell company have to justify their need for yet another cell tower in an area that has that?
Judge, I'm just going to object at this point to relevance.
Well, the issue at this point is, as the court understands the question, have you ever read the applications? Response was yes. The witness has read applications. Have you ever read applications and essentially considered the reasoning for cell tower placement that may or may not be contained in the application? Relevance to the issues in this case.
Well, it was a preliminary to the next question, which I will refer directly to the report, but I would just ask if he ever has, if I may have a little bit of leeway with regard to that.
Well, the leeway is really a 2-lane road, not 4, because the reason for the application seems beyond relevance, but the court will allow the question.
Did you ever look to see whether any of these towers were, as you note in the last bullet point on that page, that antennas on cell sites have a downward tilt and are pointed towards the earth? Did you check to see if that was the case in any of the cell tower locations that you put on your map?
I didn't need to check that because that's the standard. Their towers have to be, the antennas have to be pointed down towards the earth. There has to be down tilt. If the antennas were pointed straight out, radio frequency would just continue forever and shoot over the top of all of the customers that are down on the ground. So every cell tower has slight down tilt.
Okay, well, you had indicated that the newer towers can be just on something like a telephone pole or even something shorter than that or lower than that. What I'm trying to indicate is it obviously can't point too straight down or it'll only cover the area around that phone pole, correct?
That would be correct. If it was pointed straight down. Yep.
So as I understand cell towers, radio frequencies sort of travel out, not in a straight line, but sort of like in a cloud-like direction, like waves that go out from a source location.
So radio frequency itself is a wave. It operates in a wave similar to any other type of frequency. The sector itself is designed to, yes, propagate out the signal all 120 degrees as shown. Radio frequency does travel in a straight line though, even though it's a wave. So when it hits something, it bounces off. It can have refraction, reflection, etc. But it's not the radio frequency itself is not sort of like a spaghetti noodle, just making its way through the air. It's a straight line.
Straight line, but in a downward direction, correct?
Yes.
Now I'm going to just mark this for identification. You indicated that as part of your analysis, you look at Google Earth topography.
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes?
Yes, sorry.
And did you look at it for the particular towers that we're dealing with here?
I did, yes.
Did or did not?
I did, yes.
Okay. So are you aware that the home cell site is on top of a mountain? Are you aware of that?
The home cell site,
Yeah.
the latitude and longitude for that was on top of the house.
Is what?
The latitude and longitude provided for that home cell site, the femtocell,
Mhm.
corresponded with the house.
And were you aware that the house is on the top of a mountain?
I was not.
We're aware that that the mountain is surrounded by valleys on both sides of that house.
When I looked at the house on Google Earth, it looked like a very nice property that had, a lot of space between its neighbors. I didn't look at the altitude of the residence relative to the areas around it.
You also noted on the last paragraph of your report that antenna arrays are fine-tuned to provide a specific area of coverage, correct?
That is correct.
And that is something that, again, that would be in the application, publicly available information about the purpose and the area of coverage that the provider wants, correct?
I imagine so, yeah.
I'm sorry?
I would imagine it would be, yeah.
Incidentally, if there is a home cell site, as there was on 4 Jefferson Crossing, if the person was in the home, would it necessarily attach to that site unless, as I asked before, the person using their phone was attached to the Wi-Fi?
Well, again, it would depend on what the settings and configurations were with the phone at that time relative to whether or not it was in airplane mode and what activity was being conducted on the phone. So historically, phones would utilize Wi-Fi when surfing using high resource intensive activities like surfing the web, internet, data session type activities, and then fall back to the cellular network for phone calls. Now, if Wi-Fi enabled calling was active on the phone, then the phone could use Wi-Fi to place calls, receive calls, etc.
In fact, I want to just be clear about one thing. You did indicate that line of sight was one of the, or best line of sight is one of the algorithms, if you will, that the cell device looks for. I'm using the wrong terminology, but it's trying to attach by line of sight, correct?
Yes, line of sight is an important variable or factor that could impact the phone's decision as to which tower and sector it sees as best.
Right. And when you talk about best line of sight in your report on page 3, I mean, I'm using your words here, right? We literally mean line of sight, like visual, that there's no obstruction that would make it difficult for the signal to pass through, correct?
The traditional definition of line of sight would be that we have clear line of sight to that cell site up there on top of that roof. There's nothing between us and that cell site.
So that we'll use that, we've used that as an example. So we see that tower, there's glass here, but if whichever company owned that tower, there would be a direct line of sight standing in this courtroom or sitting in this courtroom towards that tower. And if that is on your subscribers, it's one of your subscribers' company's devices, it would maybe attach to that tower, correct?
Yeah, if we were sitting here as my analogy before mentioned, if that tower and sector provided the best service, it has clear line of sight, your phone would choose that potentially over one that's a little bit closer. That might be on the other side of the courthouse because the radio frequency from your phone doesn't have to travel through the rest of the courthouse, right? It doesn't have to go through the concrete and rebar. We have clear line of sight. Windows is not going to impact the radio frequency from your phone.
So going back now to, and again, this page of the exhibit is cut off, but it looks like this is probably a 9, because the next page looks like it's probably a 10. You see where I'm pointing, right?
I had it before. Yep.
That's 10, even though the copy, it doesn't show it. And then 9 is page before. So again, if I'm referring to this particular tower, which you indicated is 25802, correct?
That is correct.
You're aware that this particular tower is on a farm in the valley that you mentioned the river in, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that just on the other side of this river, there's a 600-foot cliff?
I was not.
That would affect line of sight towards Fort Jefferson Crossing, wouldn't it?
It could, yes.
I'm going to show you some, and I'll show it to you unless,
To these?
yeah.
Well, if you can authenticate them, I've never seen these, John. You just gave them to me. So I do have an objection right now.
I'm going to show the witness some images that I'm not going to yet show to the jury, so I want to make sure that we've turned that down. And I just want to make sure if I put this into my machine, this is Exhibit GG for identification, that it doesn't show that. By the way, did your report, which has been entered into evidence, Exhibit 145, include coordinates, GPS coordinates where the sites were and whatnot?
The sites themselves?
Yeah. The actual maps that you included in your report, did they include GPS coordinates?
The dots themselves were generated off of the GPS provided by AT&T.
All right, so I'm going to ask you if you would just look, I'm going to just make sure the main screen is off. It's off. Do you recognize this to be a Google Earth topography map?
It's showing no signal on my screen here.
Can you see it okay on your screen?
No, it's showing no signal. It's a blue screen.
Is there a button I need to press to allow the small screen to, is it on this or directly on the TV? I don't know.
Should be it. Is your computer? Yeah, that should do it.
It wasn't plugged in.
It takes about 10 seconds.
I got it.
You're familiar with this type of Google Earth diagram, correct?
Yes, I am.
And do you agree that it encompasses some of the same area that's in the diagrams in your report that we've just all seen?
It does.
And down at the bottom, you see there is a topography elevation profile that's included from a spot along the road up to 4 Jefferson Crossing. You see that?
I do.
And assuming, for purposes of your testimony, that the distance from the tower, which is 189 feet, to 4 Jefferson Crossing, which is at an elevation of a gain of 731 feet, that would affect the ability of a tower in the valley to reach 4 Jefferson Crossing, wouldn't it?
I would expect that is just to orient myself, is the blue line, the left side of that blue line, where that tower was that we were just discussing?
Well,
You want to compare it to your diagram?
I think it should come from the witness and not counsel, Judge.
Well,
if the witness had a question, however, counsel shouldn't answer the question.
Right.
Counsel should just give the witness his map
Right.
so that he can orient
Thank
it to the ID exhibit.
All right, thank you. Yes, so do you mind repeating your question again?
yes. Assuming that the pinpoint of the blue line, as you asked, is the location of the tower to Jefferson Crossing, and assuming also you're familiar with the profile, elevation profile Google Earth, would the fact that the tower elevation of 189 feet up to a total of gain of 731 feet to 4 Jefferson Crossing affect the ability of that tower to reach the location of 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Judge, please, the court, the question is vague. There's multiple towers. I'm not sure which one counsel is referring to.
It's the one I had shown him. I can't do both at the same time. We talked about the exact same tower that he's now looking at his map on.
Could you just identify it for the record?
Well, the question is, the ability of a certain tower, well, it wouldn't be the tower itself, the ability of the signal, the court understands the question to involve, to reach 4 Jefferson Crossing at that elevation, if the tower is at 170 something feet and the 4 Jefferson Crossing elevation is around 700 and something feet. That's how the court understands the question.
Yes, Your Honor. Can you answer that?
So In this situation, I would say that it's hard to say. I can't say for certain one way or another. I think that the tower that is at 100 and whatever feet, I don't recall how tall the tower was, but it wasn't a small little light pole one. But additionally, when radio frequency it propagates, it travels out, it bounces off of things. It can sort of essentially walk its way up a side of a mountain. I've seen it when I was in Colorado many, many different times at a much greater elevation than call it 600 feet. Without further tools, and obviously we can't go back in time at this point, I can't say one way or another.
So let me ask you a different question. Didn't you just testify a few minutes ago that cell towers aim downward?
They do.
So now you're saying
Judge, I'm gonna-
that they
Judge,
crawl up the
objection.
side of a mountain?
Objection, if I may. We still haven't identified the tower number.
I'm sorry,
Well,
for the record. For the record, I didn't do that.
The difficulty is that the jury cannot see the
No,
ID
under-
exhibit.
Right, I understand. I have a couple other pictures I'm going to show, but I'll, for the record, indicate we're talking about CID 25802 is the cell tower.
Thank you.
At issue, all right? I'm going to show you a couple of other images, if I may. So were you aware, for example, just from your review, that this particular cell tower is on a farm in Farmington on Town Farm Road?
I looked at the tower. I didn't know if it was a farm, but it was behind a structure off of the road.
Well, I'm showing you an image which is on my exhibit for ID GG. It's just counted as 1114 JPEG, right? Does that refresh your recollection that the tower was disguised as a tree on a farm next to a farm?
Disguised as a tree, yes. This angle is different than the one I remember looking at. I was looking at it down the driveway with the tree in the back.
But you remember that you looked at you're saying you looked at Google Street View?
Correct.
Okay. So you recall, though, that the tower you did look at was actually a pole with fake pine needles on it, right?
Yep.
So even though it's a different angle than this picture, this fairly naturally represents the way the tower looked next to the farm.
Yes.
And I'm just going to show you, if you used Google Maps, Street View, showing you first image 1113. Do you recall this is what's across the street from the cell tower?
Well, Judge, I'm going to object to counsel testifying. You should ask the witness a question.
Cross-examination.
Right, well, the court is cognizant of different styles. Some lawyers don't ask a question, they just make a statement and expect the witness to answer. Other lawyers use a leading question with a question. The court has allowed latitude for both. So you can ask the leading question, counsel, but the court has accepted your style as a different style.
I either say thank you or I don't know, but I don't know that the question.
The question, well, the objection's overruled.
Oh, okay. So if I just zoom in, right, you recall that there's almost a sheer cliff between where the cell tower is and Avon Mountain. Let me zoom in closer. Did you see that when you were using the Google Street View?
I did not turn away from the tower to look at the eastern direction.
But you don't dispute that this is in fact the area directly across the street from where that farm and the cell tower.
I'm taking you at your word. I never looked at it. I don't know.
Well, right now, we're going to take our afternoon recess until 4:15. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not discuss the case.
Superior Court is now open in session. The Honorable Judge Randolph presides.
Please be seated. Thank you.
I don't have, you don't, okay.
Your Honor, it's my understanding that the state is not going to object to this as a full exhibit, so I don't need to lay the foundation for these 4 images. So,
Thank you.
Maybe we'll probably wait for the jury to introduce.
oh, of course, but I just want to report to you.
Stipulate, please.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
So I understand that I'm just going to indicate that during the break, the state has withdrawn any concern, so I'm offering Gigi as a full exhibit.
I have no objection.
Defense GG admitted as full.
So now it'll be So I'm going to go back, Agent Hoyland, to the Google Earth diagram that I had showed you earlier. You indicated you oh, that's the wrong item, sorry. Or I should unplug and replug.
If that doesn't work, that's the easiest way to do it.
Okay, great. All right, so earlier I had asked you about Google Earth and that it also has the topography feature. And you talked about the blue line, which is the location where that particular cell tower, which we identified as I think CID 25802 is located, correct?
That sounds correct, yes.
And that following the topography, the elevation gain was 731 feet, correct?
Yeah, I don't know how that's calculated. It looks like it's 189 on the left side from where the dot is to.
189 is the height of the tower, correct?
Is that what you obtained? It looks like 189 is the marker where the blue dot, the left side of that blue line would start at 189 and then grow up to roughly 700, just over 677 on the right side at Fort Jefferson Crossing.
Okay.
But semantics.
And you did talk about you were asked a question about the tower that it was up somewhere in Avon on 44, and you indicated that oftentimes the signal will travel through a river valley, an open area between trees. You indicated as a likelihood for a signal to travel farther, correct?
Judge, I'm just going to object to misstates the testimony. I didn't ask about Route 44.
Well, there was testimony concerning travel through trees. And there was testimony concerning obstructions for signal. So the court is going to allow this testimony overruled.
In my experience, when they are either natural, natural made, types of structures, or valleys, gullies, or a river where there's dense woods on either side and there's a cell tower at one end of that river, that it creates essentially like a funnel, right? It's just like imagine like a skateboard kind of ramp, right? The radio frequency would travel down that path because the obstructions are on the right and left side of it. It's not in the river.
So the point being, though, that depending on topography, where the person or the cell phone is or cell device is in relation to the tower depends on the topography, correct?
It does, yes.
So I'm going to just show you that you had previously identified, I call it image 114, and the jury is now seeing it. You recall that having looked at these images on Google Street View, you observed this farm, correct?
Correct.
And would you just identify for the jury what exactly is the cell tower in this picture?
Sure. May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. So in this particular instance, it is the fake tree. In certain communities, they only will allow companies to build cell towers if they help them hide within their natural environments. In this case, it's a fake pine tree.
And if I zoom in a little, are you able to identify some of the actual antenna within the tree, fake tree branches to demonstrate that that's what this is?
Yes, from this view, it appears this is an antenna. That might be an antenna. Looks like there's another row of antennas on that level, and even possibly maybe a third row in the fake tree.
Okay. So also during the break, you had an opportunity to look at what was across the street from this tower, correct?
Yes, you showed me the Google Street View.
Right, and this is the view from across from the farm, is that right?
It is.
And when I refer to the mountain, we were talking about this large natural landscape with a couple of houses up at the top, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you would agree that if this is something like 600 or 700 feet, and the tower's at 190, whatever the number, 195 feet, and it's pointed, the antennas are pointed downward, that it would be difficult for that tower to connect to a cell phone that was located at that moment at Fort Jefferson Crossing, right?
Based on the topography, it looks like Jefferson Crossing is just over the apex.
It's on the other side facing the Hartford direction, which would be the opposite
Well,
side.
I'm going
of the
to
mountain.
object, Judge.
Well-
Counsel's testifying.
Well, there's been, we put in that drone video, Your Honor, so I'll
Well-
rephrase the question. I will. Assuming that the house actually is on the other side, certainly on the other side of the street at the top of that mountain, and it's facing towards either the University of Connecticut Health Center in the direction of West Hartford on this western side of Avon Mountain, would it not be very difficult, if not impossible, for that cell tower to connect to a cell device that was located inside Fort Jefferson Crossing?
Based on the topography shown from that Google Earth, I would agree with that statement. I think that the way the cell tower works, obviously it's down tilted, right? So the radio frequency comes off that tower and eventually will hit the ground. When it hits the ground, it'll bounce back up. Depending on the angle, it'll start to fill in the gap on that mountain. Remember, I mentioned it's sort of like climbing up the mountain. That's what I mean by that. It's purely a physics geometry thing. However, once you get to the apex or the top of that mountain, there's nothing to stop the radio frequency. We continue on forever. So if something was on the other side of the top, I would find it extremely difficult that cell tower would provide coverage to that house, let alone the best coverage for that phone.
Okay, so all of this is to, and there's one more picture I'm just going to show you. This has been marked as 115. And this is just another view from just south of that cell tower and the farm. Again, you agree that this is a rather steep cliff on the mountain, correct?
It appears to have some good height to it, yes. A couple 100 feet for sure.
Now, assuming, again, just for my question, that as the mountain goes south towards the right of this image, it gets lower down, is it more likely, that is, that the mountain is not as steep, that a cell tower located at Town Farm Road, the one I showed you at the farm, could reach down this valley even further than where the tower is?
Sorry, you're going to have to repeat the question because I got lost a little bit.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Is there a picture maybe you could use?
If we go back to your, do you have your report still there?
I do not.
You do not. I think maybe this clerk has it. And I'm not going to put it up again, but if I turn, let's say, to page 10, show you, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Page 10.
Thank you.
If the tower, as we indicated, is located at CID 25802, could it travel south along that river valley further and to attach to cell phones that were even further away?
You mean like down in this area?
Yes.
I would think that would be plausible.
Okay. So as I understand then your testimony, the location of where a cell device attaches to a cell tower doesn't have to be the closest location, does it?
It does not, no.
And if there is an obstruction, whether it's a building or in this case, a mountain, it could deflect that signal even further away, maybe miles away from where the cell tower site is, correct?
Well, if it reflected the signal continues on forever. It eventually ends up in space. So once it gets reflected, deflected, whatever, it would continue on whatever path it was on. But
So even in a valley, if it's pointing down the valley, if there's a mountain keeping it, shall we say, constrained on one side, it could continue down as long as there's no further obstruction, correct?
yes,
Incidentally, if a person is speaking on or using their cell device and it's attached to a particular tower as they move, the cell device will then attach to different devices along the route of travel, correct?
by different devices, do you mean different cell towers?
To different different cell towers, correct?
Correct. So if you start a call and you drive down the highway, your call will get handed off as you travel along the highway. If those handoffs didn't occur, you'd have a drop call. So the network's designed to have slight overlap between towers so that your phone can seamlessly hand off from one tower to another as you travel.
Although there is probably data somewhere that would track each tower that would a person connects to, correct?
Yes, and that information is provided in the AT&T records.
But in AT&T records, if you start let's say a telephone call at point A, you travel through B, C, D, and E during that same call, it will only show the end location and not the interim location, cell tower, from the provider, correct?
That would be incorrect. So AT&T is the only carrier which does in fact show you all of the handoffs that a phone has during voice calls or data sessions, up to a maximum of 20.
But Verizon would, of course, not show that, correct?
Verizon and T-Mobile do not.
Judge, may we approach?
Well, is there an objection?
There is an objection. If I could just be heard at sidebar, Judge, I assure you
Well,
it is.
well, the court is aware of what the testimony is at this point, but the court does not see the relevance as to whether all of the interim antenna will pick up a call as a device travels.
Judge, I wanted to approach on a different issue if we could. I apologize. I would never interrupt council's examination like this, but it's important.
Fine. So the last question really had to do with interim hits off of towers as a device moved. There was no objection as to relevance. So the court is going to allow the question.
I'm just going to conclude. This isn't the only report you prepared with regard to this case. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You prepared a separate report a month ago that included a third person, correct?
That is correct.
And that was the following tracking the travels or the travels of the phone belonging to a Kent Mawini, correct?
That is correct.
Now I would just mark this for identification. I'm just going to ask you if you recognize this, and then I'll show it to council.
Yes,
This is a report that you prepared,
that's correct.
and you prepared it in December,
Correct.
this past December.
Correct. Yes.
I have no objection if council wants to introduce it.
What is the exhibit letter?
Double H, H.
Double H admitted as full.
I have no further questions.
The redirect.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Hoyland, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the state's witnesses for this afternoon. The court has been informed that there will be testimony tomorrow, and it'll be a lot of video testimony. In other words, video of interviews. And we'll adjust the break schedule accordingly as those interviews take hours. So have a good evening, and please do not discuss the case. Please do not follow any media about the case. Have a good evening.
It's not possible.
To have a text from a sealed report on her monitor in a very high, big font. The beginning of it reads, "Dr. Krasner told me," in quotes, which the only reason why the state is reading that quotation, Your Honor, is that is the note. Now, the state brought this to the court's attention. This is also not the first time that we have heard that Ms. Troconis has been putting things on her laptop for other people to see. For instance, there's actually an article in the Stamford Advocate that during, I think, either Christine Roy's testimony or Kristen Medell's testimony, she had a article with a headline that Dr. Lee is held liable for impeaching or something to do with his testimony. The only implication there was an attempt to it was related to the blood results in his testimony. The only implication to have that up is an attempt to either put that out in the press or for a witness to see. So this is the second time we've had a concern. We didn't address that first with the court because it was we didn't see it or hear anything. We actually read it in the Stamford Advocate. The concern the state has is this notion that she would have access on her device to a report that it starts off that a member of the audience is able to see, which is clearly under seal. So that is concerning. The second major point is that that was displayed for the public with a news camera behind us, and that she shouldn't even have read it to begin with. So it is a huge concern at this point that I'm bringing to the court's attention. We can't gloss over the serious nature, the idea of a violation of her having access to the report, her displaying it for everybody to see, essentially. And three, also there was another instance where we're not sure if she or a member of her family was mouthing to the jury earlier in this trial. So now we're at a point where this has to be raised on the record. And I bring that to the court's attention to address in some way.
Well, does the state know who handed the state the note?
If I may just inquire, Your Honor, my inspector is back.
The court is not asking for an identification.
Yes, Your Honor.
So the first consideration by this court is to find out from the person who handed the state the note how that person was able to determine what was seen on the screen. So of course, that's not going to be done on the record in this proceeding. But in other words, how did this come to the state's attention? Who brought it to the state's attention? Did you want to be heard, Attorney Felsen?
Very briefly, I'm not sure which order to address things in. I will say it was my understanding that any video that was taken would not display our screen, so it would not be available to the public. We've taken great pains to work with people who are handling the cameras and the videos to ensure that all of our communications, whatever's on our monitors or on our desk, remains private and inaccessible to other people. As far as the report is concerned, I'm not sure how anybody in the audience would know the contents of what would be in a sealed report. I know that I have not reviewed the report in its entirety. I have never seen it on a computer. I have reviewed the last 4 or 5 pages that I was provided, and they were in paper form. I can say that I've never shared the contents of the report with Ms. Troconis. I do not know, in fact, whether she was reading from a memo or what it was. I don't intend to ask her and discuss it at this point in time. What I can say is I know there have been a lot of notes that have been passed back and forth with information that is now just being shared. If I had known that there was an issue with the public possibly viewing what was on our screens, I would have taken steps to ensure that that wouldn't happen, and I can do that from here on in.
The court's first concern is, and the court understands that we are talking about the custody evaluation.
Yes, Your Honor. And the only reason, again, while I indicate that, is I do believe the individual who saw it is a close friend of Jennifer's and would recognize a name that was on the report or on Mrs. Troconis's computer.
What the court has to task the State Attorney's Office with is to find out as much information as it can as to how, first of all, the individual recognized whatever was on the screen.
Yes, Your Honor.
How they were able to see it from their vantage point. Was it broadcastable? Was it live streamed? And the court is just going to have to begin tomorrow's proceeding without the jury, because what is happening at this point is there appears to be, the court has issued a protective order and sealed that custody report. If that custody report is being disseminated, and if it's being disseminated essentially with the involvement of the defendant, then the court has to take certain action. Because then it's a violation of a court order, and there would have to be a contempt hearing. Stand in a recess until tomorrow at 10 o'clock.